to deliver them.
That's how it always goes when Amazon comes to me.
Oh, at least he hit it.
Right. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Clerk Woodrow, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon. Absent. Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Sweet,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. Absent. Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Please rise as you're able for a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Because it was a public meeting, I wasn't sure if you know,
Okay.
we need to do it before or after.
Yeah, you can just do the motion for closed session or after agenda approval.
Yeah, okay. I will entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved. Support.
All right, any updates or changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda? Oh, sorry.
Council, I had requested earlier, it does not appear that we will actually need to amend our budget, so I'm asking that that ordinance be removed.
C?
Yeah, it's A, ordinances first reading.
Whole meeting.
I thought we were just doing the special meeting and we would come back and start the regular meeting at 7.
Oh,
That was my understanding as well.
that's not, so. That's not.
We typically haven't done that way. I would just include that agenda because when did you notice that special meeting?
The special meeting was noticed at least 24 hours ahead of time.
Okay, so then we can do that.
So we're gonna do this as a separate meeting? Oh, okay.
Sorry, semantics.
It's
Get it
okay.
all straight.
Yeah, I've never done it this way. It's okay. All right, if there's anyone in the audience who'd like to participate, anybody on Zoom for the special meeting? All right, seeing none. I gave Councilmember Sweet have the resolution.
No.
Oh, yeah, please.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that this council enter into a closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268E for the purpose of discussing and the pending litigation of VTP River Woods LLC and VTP Arbor One LLC versus city of Ypsilanti. And I so move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons is absent. Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem is absent. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously to go into a closed session.
All right. We will go to the basement. Is the heat on down there?
Yeah, I checked it earlier today.
Okay, thank you. You can take those. Huh? All right. Ready, Tracy? Did I? I'm just waiting for. Oh, sorry. Okay, so there is. Huh?
Okay, so you're saying the pool is open.
Yeah, just call it.
It would.
Yeah.
Okay.
No time.
Okay, ready? All right, I'm gonna call the meeting back to order and bring us back into open session. I'll entertain a motion for agenda approval.
Well, you need a motion to reconvene.
Sorry, motion to reconvene from closed session.
So move.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion for agenda approval,
So moved.
Support.
updates or changes? Councilmember Sweet,
I'd like to add a resolution to nominate two residents to two commissions as item J on the agenda.
appointments.
Yep.
Who?
Or
You said you want to add. Yeah, I want to know who.
Oh, add board appointments. Yep, so the nominations would be for Colleen Kennedy to the Downtown Development Authority and Alexander Monroe to the Ypsilanti Police Advisory Commission, or the two that are currently listed.
support.
Then Councilmember Simmons,
I would like to move to actually remove resolution 224-240 from our agenda to postpone indefinitely. Support.
been moved and supported, discussion.
Object.
You would have to move on the, and Mr. Bark, correct me if I'm wrong, but you'd have to move on the, are you going to do this as a whole, all the items at once to amend the agenda?
Do you want to? I don't know.
So I would, it's up to council. Do you want to vote on these separately or together?
Separately?
I said them separately.
Okay, so we need to go back to boards and appointments. It was moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Discussion to add to the agenda. Simmons,
Well, actually, I don't have anything to say.
Mr. Barr,
Well, the consent agenda is a consent, which means that all the council members are comfortable with the agenda as it's presented. So if you're changing some parts of it, then you need to vote on those separately.
yeah, which is what we're doing now. So any discussion on this addition? All right, clerk, would you all please call the roll to add?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen is absent. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
No.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion to add the item passes.
Thank you. Okay, then Councilmember Simmons moved and Councilmember King supported to strike 240 indefinitely. Discussion.
Madam Mayor, I object.
Further discussion.
I would say one reason that I think it should be removed is because we did receive a plan for the downtown area. And one thing that I sent an email, I know we can't discuss through email, but I said, I think that the chief and maybe the city manager can speak to the plan that is in progress right now on Washington Street.
Thank you. Further, Councilmember Simmons?
As we can expect, that I'm trying to get my thoughts together. One, this resolution, was changed from the last time, but was actually went in the opposite direction. It has not been improved. It actually got worse. And, given really, I think so much of what we've been hearing that I actually believe that we can do better than this resolution. And I know I have a lot to say, so we can be here all night. Having this at the end of the meeting when we already know what our mindsets are going to be like, because this is already a full agenda. And so holding that conversation until that time, I have a lot of issues with what the kind of conversation will be like and what my mindset will be with us having to talk about it at midnight. And so I think that given the fact that it barely, like it does nothing, the resolution does nothing, it says a lot to say and do nothing, that I would rather use our time more appropriately, given the real business we have in front of us. And so that's why I would move to remove it. And if we don't remove it, then I would move to move it all the way up to the top.
Thank you. Further discussion from council. Councilmember King?
Another thing that I forgot to state earlier that I sent in the email as well is I would think that we would have a work session regarding all of this before coming out with a resolution, so we can talk more fully as a group.
Thank you. Further discussion? None? All right. Seeing none, clerk, would y'all please call the roll on this motion? Oh, sorry. To
Postpone this resolution indefinitely.
2024-240. Please call the roll when you're ready.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Pro tem is absent. We have a tie, so the motion does not carry.
I would move to move this unfortunate resolution all the way up in the agenda.
Support.
Right. So to move I to A, above A. Also wanted to say.
And what is the I'm just for clarification, the difference between these two different resolution motions? So we have resolutions part 6. And then these are resolution part 9.
We need clarification from the clerk.
I would think it would go under the section 9 for resolution motions and discussions.
I guess I'm trying to figure out the difference between why they're separated out. Because I would move it all the way up to part 6.
The city manager requested that I move these items up.
Is there a reason why they're separated out? City manager?
Oh, yeah, the first section, because there are outside people here. So I put them at the top to move those quickly.
Gotcha. Still want that move before up to section 6, or would you okay with moving into section 9? Anybody have feedback, or was it okay?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking,
I'm
I'm
not
just
putting
like, I'm
part
looking
9.
at the rest of the agenda and seeing kind of how, what the impacts of it would be. I guess I would say, for the fact of having it be after public comment, I would move it. Yes, it can stay in some, yeah. So move it to A, I guess, of section 9.
Any other updates or changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. First we have a budget presentation. It's freezing, yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and good evening, everyone. So I'll be presenting on the statement of activities for the city for fiscal year 23-24. Are we able to put in a slide?
We have the presentation for again? Okay. Got it.
So this report that we'll be presenting will be the statement of our revenues and expenditures for July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024. And the figures in this presentation are still unaudited since our financial statements are still under audit, and an opinion from our auditors will probably be out by December. So just go on the, okay. Yeah. So only the more important funds are going to be presented in this presentation. So if council would like to see other funds, please let us know and we will have them in the future presentations. Thank you. So the contents of this report, we'll be looking into our general fund or Fund 101, our major street fund, Fund 202, public safety, 205, garbage and rubbish fund, capital improvement, motor pool, and fire and police pension. Now go to our general fund. So the general fund is the primary operating fund of the city. And the main source of revenue is our property tax, state revenue share or sales tax, and charges for services, licenses, and permits. And main uses are for services that we provide, which is for our police, fire, and administrative services. Also included in our expenses are transfers to the different funds which the general fund supports. So for fiscal year 23-24, the revenue projections were set at 19.1 million, while the city actually received 19.3, reflecting a slight surplus compared to our forecast. Our actual expenditures came down lower as well than projected by 1.1 million due to open positions that were not filled and some building contractual services which will be done in the future period. The city was originally forecasting a 10,000 surplus, but we did end up with a significantly larger surplus of 1.4 million. So this will increase our fund balance from 13.3 million up to 14.7 million. Next slide, please. Go back. Yeah, thank you. So this is our fund balance history. So since 2014, the city's fund balance has steadily increased, with this year marking the highest fund balance we've ever had. However, as shown in the budget forecast, the city is anticipating a shortfall of 4.9 million for fiscal year 24-25 and a 2.6 million shortfall for 25-26. It's important to note that for fiscal year 24-25, the council approved a 2 million transfer to the budget stabilization fund to help mitigate for potential risks such as economic downturns and on other unforeseen disasters. Okay, so while the city's fund balance currently stands at $14.7 million, not all of this amount is available for use. Portions of it are assigned, committed, or non-spendable. Only 8.3 million remains unassigned, and per city's charter, this balance should not fall below 10% of the next year expenditures, which is approximately 2 million. Additionally, GFOA recommends maintaining a reserve equal to at least 2 months of operating expenses, and this target should be adjusted based on factors such as revenue volatility, expenditure predictability, vulnerability to natural disasters, and other risks. Given the city's smaller size and somewhat volatile revenue streams, management recommendation is to maintain a reserve that is at least 3 months worth of operating expenses or around $5 million. And that's it for our general fund. If council has any questions.
Questions about the general fund? Before we move on, I totally understand what's happening outside, but we actually have folks in here who are hearing impaired and they can't hear the meeting. So I don't know if anyone would be kind enough to ask that folks could quiet themselves outside, because there are folks who can literally in the audience who cannot hear. Thank you. Thank you.
Breach of the peace.
No, I don't think so. All right. Mr. Basabika, you can continue.
Let's continue, Mayor.
Continue.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll wait. I'll just bring my questions at the end. That way I
Yeah.
can get through. Go ahead.
All right. All right, moving on. For our major street, so major street fund is where we maintain our streets and rights of way. So the major source of revenue is our Act 51 or the Michigan Transportation Fund. Major use are for DPS salaries and benefits, construction and maintenance for our major streets. So for fiscal year 23-24, projects in progress and completed are the Forest Street Bridge, North Huron River Drive, Huron Street Pedestrian Bridge, Huron Hamilton Road Diet, LaForge, and Factory. So under capital expenditures, there is a major variance of 1 million, which is just a timing issue. This is for a project started at the end of our fiscal year, and we are just paying the bills in this current year, which is 24-25. Next. So our next fund will be our public safety, or Fund 205. So this is a special revenue fund where its source comes from the county mental health millage. And the city uses this revenue to support other funds, and we use it for our park improvements and a portion of it for our general fund. And for the past few years, this fund has accumulated a reserve of 330,000. And the management is recommending that we transfer this fund to our motor pool fund or Fund 641 to help us pay for a fire truck engine, which has a replacement cost of 2 million. And this truck is used for rescue operations for multi-story buildings in the city. Garbage fund. So the garbage fund accounts for the city's garbage collection, recycling, and disposals. The major source of revenues are property tax and subsidy from the general fund. The major use of the garbage fund is for our garbage collection contract, DPS salaries, and benefits. There are no major variants in the operations of the garbage fund, but it is important to note that the taxes being collected for this service is not enough. And the general fund has to subsidize it by 360,000 per year. So in the future, the city would need to either find other sources of revenue, or we will need to have to cut back on this service. Capital Improvement Fund accounts for capital projects and facility maintenance of the city. And the major source of revenue is a transfer from the general fund. And some of these projects are also funded through grants. So for fiscal year 23-24, capital expenditures were 1.6 million lower than budgeted because of timing issues. And some projects were delayed as part of our more robust capital project plan. Currently, this fund has $2.2 million fund balance, but this fund is already assigned to different facility projects and maintenance. Part of it goes to our software and hardware upgrade. Because by October 2025, Microsoft will cease to support Windows 10, which means that the city will need to upgrade its computers to ensure compatibility with newer software. Also included here are citywide upgrades for facility improvements for City Hall, for our elevator, and other DPS facility improvements. Also included in this fund balance are facility for fire and police buildings. Motor pool fund. So our motor pool fund is used to finance the purchase and maintenance of vehicles and equipment of the city. We charge the different fund or departments for use of their vehicles. We also see here some insurance reimbursements, which is received from claims to our damaged vehicles.
on.
The increased repairs and maintenance costs for fiscal year 23-24 were due to aging fire trucks, which are nearing to the point where they will need to be replaced. Vehicles that we purchased for fiscal year 23-24 are 3 DPS Freightliners, 2 police cars, and 1 fire admin vehicle. Okay. And the last fund will be Fire and Police Pension, or our Fund 732. This fund holds resources in trust for members and beneficiaries of our fire and police retirees. The city contributes to this plan based on actuarially determined contributions by third-party actuaries, as required by the state of Michigan. For fiscal year 23-24, the city contributed 2.2 million in this fund. Also, in fiscal year 23-24, the state awarded the city with a 5.8 million grant that helps municipalities with pensions below 60% funding. So initially, the city's pension fund was 52% funded, and after receiving the grant, it increased to around 62.3%. While this grant has been beneficial, the city's long-term goal remains to be fully funded, to fully fund the retirees' pension in the near future. And that's it.
You talk about the cover page contest or no?
I will talk to that about that in the future.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions for Reagan? Councilmember Simmons?
Simmons.
All right, just a couple of things. So you were saying, so the one that is titled public safety is really the mental health, public safety millage,
Yes.
right? So it encompasses both of those things, not just. And each year, money that is still left in that fund then has been moved into our general fund.
No. So if there's money left over, we keep it on that fund. Unless we've budgeted, because what we did in the past is we did budget some transfers to help support the general fund. So those were transferred to the general fund, but sometimes we do receive additional money from the county over our budgeted revenues, and those excess are just remains on that particular fund. So that's the 330,000.
Okay, so it has been the case that money that has been in that fund has been moved into our general fund to support general other kind of things that might be in that space. So as we're looking at what is in our general fund now, it has benefited from the public health, whichever one comes first, public safety, mental health millage has been supporting that to this point. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions for Reagan from council? Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director, I want to characterize the report you just gave as mixed, and I want to just see if you would agree with that. There's certainly some good news here in what you shared. The fact that we have a surplus for the end of the year is positive, and it was more than what we had thought we would have. But we still have budgeted surpluses or budgeted deficits going forward. Our capital fund, while there's a balance, it's all spoken for. The projects, this is simply a timing issue more than anything else. Third, our trash fund has required and looks like it will continue to require some cash infusions from the rainy day or from the general fund. And our pension fund, as much as that is a good news story because it's moved up, we're still not, of course, anywhere near 100%. So what I think you presented was some good news, but mixed in with some sobering news as well. Is that a fair assessment in your mind?
That is correct, Councilman. So yeah, this year we did have a surplus, but then we just have to remember the main reason for that is we had open positions. If those open positions were filled, then we were supposed to have just a balanced budget.
And Madam Chair, and given the fact that we have started to fill most of those positions, we might not expect to see that same type of surplus this year.
That is correct.
Thank
City
you, Madam Chair.
Manager?
If I could just add a couple of things that will be in the pipeline for the city needs. We will have, there's gonna need to be 2 bridge reconstructions. And this one fire engine is just one. We'll be needing to replace the other 2 within the next 5 or so years. So there's going to be, with today's cost, one of these bridges will be about 10 million, so that's gonna be around $20 million.
Thank you. Further questions from council? We saw this presentation at the Finance Committee meeting last week, and I think just one of the things that we talked about, the members of council that are on that committee, are some ongoing work sessions to make sure that we are connecting our goals to our budgetary plans. And so I think that's something that will be happening henceforth. But if there aren't any other questions from council, thank you so much, Reagan.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Councilmember Tucson, you have our first resolution.
Indeed, I do. So resolution number 4-232, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city council of the city of Ypsilanti deems it necessary to comply with the state of Michigan 2011 Public Act 152 as amended. And whereas the act contains 3 options for complying with the requirements of the act as follows. 1, hard cap option limits the employer's total annual health care costs for employees based on coverage levels. 2, 80%, 20% option limits employer's share of total health care costs to not more than 80%, requires annual majority vote. And 3, opt-out option, the city may exempt itself from the requirements of the act by an annual 2/3 vote. And whereas the city council has decided to adopt the opt-out option as a choice of compliance under the act, now therefore be it resolved that the city council of the city of Ypsilanti elects to comply with 2011 Public Act 152 by approving and adopting the opt-out option for the medical benefits plan coverage year January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. And I so move.
Or
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean. Good evening, Rachel.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep,
Go.
I'm
Yep,
sorry,
go
I
right
can't
ahead.
hear. Yeah, so we recommend that the option 3 to opt out, thereby exempting itself from the requirements of the act. This recommendation is due to the illustrative rates, whereby the cost of retiree healthcare is not included in the calculation. So our premium went up 15% this year, and by opting out, employees will have the least increase in premium costs compared to other options which is what the city hopes will help in attracting new talent and retaining current employees. Any questions on the options?
So you are recommending option 2,
Option 3.
option 3 to opt the opt-out
Opt-out.
option. Okay.
Council, this is the same process that we have followed the past 4 years.
Questions from council for Rachel? Councilmember Simmons?
Bring it all the way up. Okay. So, so just so I can, this is just clarity. When I'm looking at the information that was shared, it was saying that, something about considering option 3 because, something about the retirees not being included. So I just wanted to confirm. So is it saying that option 1 and 2 don't include additional costs for retirees that option 3 does? And so would that mean that if we were adding those retiree costs into the other 2 options, that they would surpass the 1.3 million that option 3 is? You see what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying. Well, the reason why we wanted you to consider the option 3 is because of what happened with Shelby Township versus the command officers because of those retirees prices being included in the rates, but Reagan can speak to the price, the quotes.
Yes, so by opting out, we were able to make calculations where the premiums of the active and retirees are not blended together. So
Yeah, you're gonna have to, you're saying that it's not blended together?
yeah, so we by opting out, we're no longer blending the rates of our actives and retirees. Because historically, like what happened to the township of Shelby, when they were giving out rates to their active employees, those rates considered including the retirees, where the retirees usually have higher premiums. But
Oh, so.
Mel is here, she knows the history.
Okay, so is that to say, so just so so the separating out is to benefit the active employees because it would make their health insurance less expensive because they're not covering the costs for the retirees. But then the city just carries like a higher amount then.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from council?
Yeah,
Councilmember Simmons, go ahead.
I do have another question. So uh, so then I guess the other point was naming that this is kind of seen as a benefit to attract employees. So I guess I'm just thinking about, because I know that, you know, attraction, retention is such an important thing. And then just thinking about how we figure out the balance of what those things are while being responsible for the city at the same time. So how do we kind of measure like what things are actually really important for employees in terms of the different benefits and different things so that we can actually understand where we kind of hit that balance point?
My name is Michelle Bolser from VTC Insurance. So what I can say, that's a great question. The city has done a really good job, especially over the last 4 to 5 years, of enhancing the benefit package that is offered to prospective employees and then, of course, current employees. That has been the addition of voluntary life insurance and disability benefits and critical illness and accident. And so every year we kind of bring to the table new possibilities, or are these programs that would be attractive to employees, even if they're voluntary and at the cost of the employees, we can bring them in at a group level, which is much less expensive than someone trying to buy it on its own. So over the years, we have built that benefit package up that I can think can compete with almost anybody out there in terms of any benefit out there the city is probably offering right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you all. Clerk, would you all please call the roll?
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes,
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have our next resolution.
Resolution 2024-233. Whereas the council of the city of Ypsilanti deems it to be in the best interest of the city to continue to keep healthcare costs in line with our budget. And whereas the current Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and Blue Care Network plans will continue to keep healthcare costs in line with our budget while still offering additional benefits to the active employees and retirees that are eligible to participate. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the city of Ypsilanti approve a 1-year contract from January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024 to offer the following Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and Blue Care Network benefit plans to all eligible participating employees and retirees: Community Blue PPO, Simply Blue PPO 3000, BCN HMO HSA, and Medicare Advantage. Further, that the council of the city of Ypsilanti approves a 1-year contract with EHIM to administer and the self-funded WRAP, or WRAP, and prescription portions of the BCBS Community Blue PPO program and coordinate all benefits and costs with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. I so move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Am I to assume that this should say 2025, January 1 to December 2025, not 2024? Are they?
Yep.
Yes, so it should be 25, so.
Okay, thank you. That was,
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So, yeah, so we're just friendly, that one, if that's okay, Councilmember Sweet, Councilmember McLean. All right, thank you. Okay, hello again, Rachel. Hello again. Anything?
Only changes this year, we increased our HSA for the BC and HMO to fully fund at 3,300 for a single and 6,600 for family. Everything else remained the same.
All right, questions from council for our HR director?
If I could add one bit of information, so we actually saw a minimal rate increase this year where other jurisdictions, other organizations saw about a 25% increase around there. Our PPO went up 1%.
All right, I'm gonna need you, you have to really be up on the mic, please. Thank
Our
you.
PPO increased 1%. And then our HMO increased 14%. The deductible increased a little bit higher. So we were at 6,000 and we increased it to cover the full deductible.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna need you to repeat that because I was being spoken to from the audience.
Okay, so the HMO increased 14% and the PPO increased 1%. And then the HSA now includes $6,600 to cover the full deductible. In the past, we've always set the HSA to cover the full deductible, except for last year, it was $300 under, but this year staff is recommending that we cover the full deductible.
all right. Questions from council? This is fundamentally the same plan? Okay, thank you. Going once, going twice. All right, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have the next resolution.
Madam Mayor, Resolution 2024-207. Whereas the Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, says, quote, "It is essential that governments maintain adequate levels of fund balance to mitigate current and future risks and to ensure stable tax rates," close quote. And whereas the GFOA recommends, quote, "at a minimum that general purpose governments, regardless of size, maintain unrestricted budgetary fund balance in their general fund of no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating revenues or regular general fund operating expenditures," close quote. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti currently has $2 million in its budget stabilization fund, which represents approximately 32 days worth of expenditures. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti is expected to finish the fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2024, with a surplus in excess of $1 million. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti already has 13.3 million in its general fund, that should read 13.3 million, its general fund balance prior to the close of fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, 8.1 million of which is unassigned. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti continues to project deficits in the current fiscal year and beyond, and whereas a transfer of 1.2 million from the general fund to the budget stabilization fund would bring Ypsilanti's budget stabilization fund to 3.2 million, or approximately 51 days worth of expenditures. And this transfer would represent significant movement forward. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the finance director be directed to transfer 1.2 million into the city's budget stabilization fund. I so move.
Support.
And moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All right. Councilmember McLean, is this your resolution? Can I take a break? Okay. All right. Councilmember McLean, are you able to proceed?
Give it my best shot, Mayor. Appreciate that. So this is something we've been talking about. I don't think there's a whole lot that we haven't said about this specific concept of a transfer. I will say that one or two areas where we still talked about needing to have conversations is number one, establishing some sort of a policy about when it would be appropriate to move money out of the rainy day fund. And secondly, perhaps adopting a level at which we are collectively comfortable at having the rainy day fund. I've cited some GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association guidelines. We're of course free to adopt those or not as we see fit. But I think this, regardless of where we might land, this is still well within that 2 months worth of funds. So I think this makes sense no matter where we end up landing on those two other questions.
Right. Thank you. Questions from council? Councilmember Simmons.
All right, so I have a few kind of questions, comments, and I'm also kind of going back to some of the things that I was asking about with the budget presentation. So my original, maybe I should go back to my old notes. I know, well, you know, I think about what rainy day means. When are we in a rainy day and what that looks like? So I still have that question. I think about as we're looking, you know, as we were looking at those fund balances over time and the red line of what we're holding. And I'm seeing that in you know, just like in contrast. And I think about, you know, some of the different things where I could see us actually putting funds actually would better our opportunities for more revenue now. And so I think about if some of those funds in our general fund that we're talking about are surplus are coming out of, again, being undergirded by the mental health, public safety millage, where we know we have literal challenge now. If it's coming out of the opioid settlement money or things like that, where we have literal challenge, we think about the cannabis revenue that can be put into practice to actually deal with issues that we are currently dealing with, to support those with mental health challenges, substance use disorder challenges. These are needs that are at an emergency levels given the situation that we're experiencing right now. And so when I think about what it looks like for us to address those, I just wonder about the wisdom of at this moment moving money out of being able to address those things to actually better shore up our future revenue. And also thinking about the fact that we haven't actually come up with a plan about how we'll access or what some of those things that you talked about at this point. I also just want to say, and you know, I'll use this, you know, I know this is really simple because very obviously, I'm trying to look over here too so I can see. I know I'm always talking down here because everybody, but you know, I know that obviously budgeting for a city is very different than an individual's budget, right? And I still think that some of the tenets are still true, which is that if you know, people, if we know that the city is small and cash strapped and all these different things, that tends to mean that we carry less savings because we actually have to continue to invest our dollars in services for our community. And so I just wonder about that, and privileging having money squirreled away, which I'm a big squirreler, I understand. But sometimes those need to come out because you have emergent needs. So how are those things being balanced?
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of responses to what I think are good and reasonable questions. First, I would note that as you probably know from my time on council, I'd like to be even more aggressive in putting money in, but this is a balancing act, trying to figure out how much to put in. Is the 1.2 is something less than the full surplus than that Reagan has just reported to us. Secondly, I would note that we're not putting anywhere close to the full fund balance in. So not only are we putting money into a rainy day fund under this proposal, but we also still have other funds in our fund balance and our general fund balance. And third, just a reminder about the general purpose of a rainy day fund is to really flatten the business cycle, flatten the business curve when inevitably our revenues may decline because of broader economic forces, usually not necessarily anything that we do as a city or don't do as a city, but that cities all over the country are facing. And so when that situation occurs, those cities that have a rainy day fund are able to not lay off employees. They are able to maintain services. They are able to continue operating by drawing on that rainy day fund until, and hopefully use it as a bridge until the business cycle moves back up and revenues go back up. So over the last 80 years or so, 75 years, this has been the pattern in cities all over the country. And the cities that manage to find a way to, as you said, squirrel away some of that money are able to avoid the sometimes catastrophic problems that are faced when the economy goes south. And so that's the goal of all of this. I think the 1.2 million is an amount that strikes the right balance. It makes significant progress toward a goal, whatever that goal might be, and whatever that goal is that we decide to ultimately set. I hope it'll be 3 months worth, but that's a conversation for another day. But whatever we decide to set, we make progress toward that at least. Right now, all we have is 31 days worth of money set aside. That will not last very long. So this tries to strike that proper balance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Further questions from council or discussion? Councilmember Simmons?
So I just want to, so again, in terms of thinking about when the revenue would go down, what would that look like? And what does it look like for us to be able to sustain and build our revenue now?
Madam Chair, if I understand your question, I mean, one point to keep in mind is that we're still running deficits, at least budgeted. So we could be facing a lower fund balance as early as the next year, though it does not seem likely that we would be nearing zero in that fund balance at all. That's 2 or 3 years away under most scenarios, I would think. And Reagan can certainly speak to that if you want him to, or if he'd like to. But if we were to see, say, simply a 10% decrease in our property taxes, that's going to be north of $1 million. And that's where I would see us probably setting some kind of a bar for when we tap into the rainy day fund is when we do have revenues, or a particular revenue stream, a major revenue stream, or perhaps all of our revenue streams combined. When those go south, that's when we probably should be talking about tapping in. Not just 2% or 3% down, but a significant drop would be in order. We have a lot of risk factors as well. The other one is we have been fortunate this past year to benefit from state dollars in a lot of different areas. There's no guarantee that those continue, and those were in some cases pretty significant dollars. So we could see pretty significant drops potentially. I hope that's not going to happen anytime soon, but that's the purpose of the fund, to be there if we need it.
I guess I just wonder about, again, like, when you're saying like, okay, you know, property taxes or different things like that, that might drop. I still think about, you know, again, like, you know, prevention is cheaper than trying to pay for it at the end, right? So if there's things that we're doing that, you know, help to maintain values, help to keep, you know, businesses, whatever, any of those different things that will maintain our revenue stream, that would be a better use of money in my estimation than waiting until those things drop. And then we're just covering really staff time to maintain, which isn't necessarily meaning that the revenue streams are going back up. And so I just still am trying to play around with that. And then the other question I have is, again, and I brought this up when it was first on the agenda, in terms of why are we making this move now and doing this outside of our typical budget period? So that's one question. And then the other, so I'll wait for that one. So kind of why now, not, and why not part of our general budget conversations, which will, you know, be kicking off again soon.
Madam Chair. So that question, council member, as we discussed before, I didn't think it was appropriate to bring this forward. I've actually brought this forward and set it aside until such time as we could have the report from the finance director. And we specifically set this for the time after all of us would have heard from we would have had a finance committee meeting as well as had the report that we got this evening. That's the reason.
Oh, I'm just saying in terms of making this addition or this change now, I guess I understand why we moved it, but I'm just wondering why, you know, the $2 million that we did during our budget season, right? We did it as part of our budget process. So I'm just trying to understand, why are we making an addition now outside of our budget process?
Madam Chair. The normal time to do this for most cities is when they get information about their final figures for the year. So that's what we've got. I thought it was important to set that up. And it was the first chance that I had when we got on this, when I got on this body, to at least establish the rainy day fund. And I would imagine, at least my proposal will always be to look at where we stand at the end of each year, like we are now, and make some decisions about whether we can afford to put a little bit more in at that point in time.
My last question, this is just for clarity, just in terms of our other pieces. And I just don't know, would making this move also go under our the resolution that we have that requires a 5-member vote in order to pass?
Is that
I looked at the motion earlier today and it only covers expenditures. This would not be an expenditure. And if
It's a fund transfer.
correct. So if I could just add something. So the city gets funds from intergovernmental transfers, taxes, fines and fees. We don't know what the state legislature will look like, but there's quite a few unfunded mandates. And then they could also start decreasing what we get in terms of the revenue for cannabis. They could have less transfers going to the city. We could have less grant funding available from the federal government and the state. And as I said previously, we have a lot of pricey infrastructure projects that are going to come out as a result of deferred maintenance. We're currently running a structural deficit and we know these things are looming. So I think it's always wise to kind of prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
So, but to what you're saying, I'm just trying to understand. So if the money is in the budget stabilization fund, that then will probably have some kind of parameters on it, right? Then that money is not able to be used for all these other things. And we're just talking about the trucks and all of that. So I just don't, I guess I'm just like not understanding. So I think I might have to be hit, like, I'm just not understanding how, when we know these expenses are coming up, they're not for a rain, that's not a rainy day. Like, that's known expenses coming up that we know are coming, that we are going to need funds for.
And currently, we have the funds to actually establish and have a well-funded budget stabilization fund. So if economic trends change, we'll be prepared for that and still be able to make these big ticket purchases. So it's about preparing for a decrease in revenue, or just if we meet our expenditures over revenue projections, we're going to be decreasing quickly. And not all of these capital projects are included in our CIP. So we might have to transfer more out. So this could have a greater impact, and we could have much less funds. And we need to be prepared for something to be set aside to help fund the city for whatever council determines, 3 months, 6 months, 2 months. But currently, the way it is set up, you can put the money in there with 4 votes, and you can remove it with 4 votes until council determines a policy to put safeguards on that and criteria for when it's used.
Councilmember McLean.
One perhaps final comment, Mayor. Thank you. You know, it's a real struggle when you find yourself in that situation where your budget goes south really fast. And that often happens really fast. And so I would call your attention, if you've been watching what's happening in Ann Arbor and their school system, setting aside the reason why it might have happened, but they find themselves in a $25 million hole. And if you follow that situation, they're dealing with layoffs, they're dealing with program cuts, and it's rough. It's really rough. And budget stabilization fund is designed specifically to avoid that kind of situation.
Thank you. So the other piece of it, I'm wondering, maybe city manager or Reagan, you can speak to this, is around, can both things be happening? So we're talking about setting money aside for budget stabilization in the event of something catastrophic or there's an issue, but also staff are always seeking ways to cover the cost for our capital expenditures to make sure that we don't get there. But we've seen in other communities when that work is happening and still the trends down, and then they have to use this to keep them afloat until maybe funds come in or a grant is approved or something like that comes to fruition. And so I think it's a both and. It's not, one is not more important than the other. We need to be doing both things. But saving for a rainy day, we've seen how close prior to any of our time on council that the city was to the point of needing an emergency fund. And luckily that didn't happen, but it was by the skin of the city's teeth from what I've been told and shared when I joined council. And so I think we need to be working on the both and what Councilmember King said earlier, in general, we need to be doing more sessions around strategic planning and meeting together to talk about our vision and our strategy so that both things are happening. So we don't have to rely on a budget stabilization fund in itself to keep us afloat for 30, 60, 90 days, but maybe to fill in a gap as we're closing in on other projects or other revenue streams that we're looking for. So is that the goal of your administration in terms of trying to do the both and? Because I think we need to clarify that too. It's not just about saving the money, it's about doing the work on the other end as well.
It's about doing both things, but it's just having that set aside so we specifically know that given the parameters council sets, that's when we take that money out. But yes, we'd still be doing both things. We're not only going to focus on using general fund dollars to complete projects, but it's good to have those dollars there in case of grant requires a match or things like that. So we have to be flexible, but we also have to be cautious.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from council on this? All right, seeing none, Clerk, would you all please call the roll?
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, the time has been waiting for, and as I get the list, I just want to say a couple things before we get started. And I wrote them down. So, oh, thank you. So, we know that Ypsilanti is very passionate. It's one of the things that I love most about this community. It's what makes us Ypsi. It is why we're all here and why we continue to show up. It's why we care about our most vulnerable. Ypsilanti does care, and we do have heart. We may come at it from different perspectives, diverse views, and have many ways of solving the problems. But part of the beauty of living in this amazing community is our diversity. We're much richer for it. At times like this, it's essential to remember that. And remembering that a rich community is because of its diverse perspectives. It's also important to remember that as we approach complex and challenging problems, such as homelessness and protecting our downtown resources, that we do so with patience, respect, and civility. We do it with civility and respect for one another and the different perspectives. I am thankful that we live in a community of people with such rich lived experience and such talented and do-it-yourself attitudes. We are so lucky that this is our heritage in Ypsi. As a council, we see the need in our community each day. We live here and we know the great need. People are drawn here because they know they'll be taken care of. People here are seen. And to address some of that need, we've given Fed Up Ministries $50,000 for people to access meals, job training, counseling, showers, and other services. For the last 2 years, in partnership with the Ypsilanti DDA, we've opened the Ypsilanti Freight House and financially supported the daytime warming shelter and the overnight warming center at St. Luke's Episcopal Church, Monday through Thursday, November through March each year. We're currently working with the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County for daytime and overnight programming for this winter and beyond. The city serves each year on the annual Winter Task Force with Washtenaw County, the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County, and Washtenaw Housing Alliance, advocating for additional funding to be spent on housing and ending homelessness in Washtenaw County. We are constantly looking for ways to partner to end homelessness in our community. There are countless other ways that we address the needs of our community, and we're helping small businesses to open each day in our downtown. We're working on getting people into homes at Dorsey Estates. Over 200 people have already on those homes. And we're partnering with county and state leaders on policy and budgetary matters. I am in conversation with those folks daily. Know that the concerns that you are so passionate about, we are too. And so as we move into public comment, I'm gonna ask again for respect and civility in this process. We want to hear from everyone. We know there are gonna be diverse perspectives, but we have to show respect to the folks at the podium and the respect to City Council as we try to hear you. All of us want to hear from you. There is no disagreement amongst any of us in that. So I'm gonna start on the list. I'm gonna ask that you approach the podium, you state your name and address for the record, and stick to your 3 minutes. Council, if we get to a point where that cannot be managed, I'm gonna ask for a vote to move us into the business, because this is also a business meeting and we have the business of the city to complete. And if we cannot get through public comment, then folks will be allowed to stay until the end, and we will stay here until we're done, but we're gonna get the business done tonight. I wanna make that very clear. So I'm gonna start on the list. We'll get through as much of public comment as we possibly can, to the end, I hope. But if we can't control ourselves in the space, we will move public comment the remainder to the end, which is allowable and is legal to do so that we can do the business of the city, because that is our job. So full respect to everyone in the audience, but we have to get the work done for the city as well. Thank you. So the first person that we have signed up is Pete Moss Ellis.
Mayor Brown,
Yes, ma'am.
can we get the air turned down?
Can we get the air turned down just a tad? Folks up here are sniffling, we're cold. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, okay. All right, she said the heat's on. All right. Good evening.
That they have brought these resolutions back, but worse is disrespectful. 75 people came to the last meeting and clearly said no, and they are not listening to us. Tax the landlords.
Have to address.
House the people. Tax the landlords. House the people. Tax the landlords. The people. Tax the landlords. House the people. Tax the landlords. House the people. I have to stop talking?
You have to.
I don't
engage with
understand.
the Audience, you have to engage with council.
If you don't consider yourselves part of the people, that's on you.
No. you have to
So,
speak to council.
again, everybody has 3 minutes to address council. So we can hear public comment. We want y'all to talk to.
Bathrooms, not cops. 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 Bathrooms, not cops.
Keeping
Bathrooms,
the public
not cops.
being able to see.
Bathrooms, not cops. You're not doing that. Bathrooms, not cops.
No.
Bathrooms, not cops.
Council,
Bathrooms,
I'm gonna
not
ask
cops. Bathrooms,
public comment
not
at the end of the
cops.
meeting.
Bathrooms, not cops. 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 Bathrooms, not cops.
So I would say if people come up here and they don't want to respect the 3 minutes.
I still have a minute and 30 seconds left.
But we need you not to engage with the audience so we can hear everybody before public comment is moved.
It sounds like you don't want to hear me talk. I'm the one here talking and you
But
keep
you're
interrupting.
engaging with the audience. And we are asking you not to do that, so we can hear everybody.
Wanna hear
We do
everyone.
not want to move.
You do not want to hear us.
Yeah.
People came out last time and we said clearly what we wanted and you guys did not listen.
So if
It's
I'm not
great.
mistaken, we have a motion on the floor to be voted on? Yeah, we have a motion on the floor to be voted on?
Yes, we're
If I'm mistaken, we have a motion on the floor to be voted on.
not listening
Yeah.
to us.
So it's discussion right now about this.
It's not
I would.
bathrooms, not cops.
Bathrooms,
Bathrooms, not cops.
I want to hear what
Bathrooms, not cops.
to say.
Bathrooms, not cops.
Then, in order to do that,
Bathrooms, not cops.
right like this.
Bathrooms, not cops.
I hate to say it.
Bathrooms, not cops.
What happened?
Bathrooms, not cops.
Use her time for her 3 minutes.
Bathrooms, not
And
cops.
once it's over, then
Bathrooms, not cops.
Yeah, it's,
Bathrooms, not cops.
Used inappropriately.
Bathrooms, not cops. Bathrooms, not cops. Bathrooms, not cops. Bathrooms, not cops.
Your time is up.
Bathrooms,
Your
not
time
cops.
is up.
Your time,
Now you're going over. Thank you.
time is up. Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor. Do we want it to be removed or do we want to move forward
Move forward. I would like to move forward with it.
with the motion?
With the motion, yeah, I'd like to move forward with it.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table. Discussion.
I would move to table that motion until it becomes necessary. I think that if the speakers are within the 3 minutes, which is part of what you laid out, was for them to stop at that time, then they're using their time.
They're not
So
using their time when they're engaging with the audience. They are to speak to us for the 3 minutes, not chant, not do disruptive things in the meeting.
and
And so that is disruptive. And so therefore, we're gonna move on to, there's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor.
And I'm also trying to understand what deems it necessary or unnecessary to go forth with this vote. I mean, with the first iteration, with the first individual on public comment, they're not engaging with us. They're engaging, starting a chant. So I'm trying to understand what makes it unnecessary or deems it unnecessary or necessary to go through with this. So what
Like-
deems that to you?
Well, I would just say with the first speaker, Pete Moss, did share some general comments, and I would say that the chants are trying to describe what it is that they want to see. And while I agree that I would prefer for us to not go through the whole meeting with
If members of the audience.
considering, so we see how we see
Yeah, let's not do that either. Let's
Not speak.
all have peace in here, please.
Okay, let me be clear here. If I'm gonna have to sit here and talk through people who say I'm a liar, like, then I find that to be actually more disrespectful than people naming what it is that they want to see up in here. So for this whole corner, back to everybody else, what I would like to say is,
Can we please?
Sorry.
Can we please?
Listen. We did this the last time, and we are not gonna do this again. I don't care on what side of the issue you are on. I need you all to stop yelling at council. Stop speaking at council in that way. You will have an opportunity to speak during our participation if you so choose. But if we have to move this to the end, then we will. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Doesn't matter what side of the issue you're on, okay? We just want to get through this and hear from you and do the business. That is what we are here for. And you also want us to do that too.
all right, so what I was just saying is that I understand. I would prefer very much to not do that. But I'm just going off of what you had laid out. You had laid out very specifically about the time. I know that was an issue the last time when people overstayed their time. And so within the 3 minutes, people could, sing a song, read a book, all kinds of things that they can do during their time.
By statute, you can't do that. You cannot do that, actually.
Well,
Yeah, to
I think
come
people have done some wild things during their public comments. So,
And because they have before, do we continue that? Is that okay?
I'm just naming that, I'm just trying to figure out a way that we'll be able to get through this because this council decided, right? The council decided that this was an important enough resolution for us to consider. I disagree with that, but we have brought this on ourselves. So I would love to be able to hear, we've gotten lots of emails. So I just want to try to figure out a way that we can get through and hear from folks because I don't know that we have heard.
So I just want to respond to that and say, not once have you heard any of us say or heard me say that I don't want to hear from people. That's never been a statement that I've made. I've said that we need to move forward with respect for the space so we can even hear the people, right?
No, I'm just saying that obviously when somebody's holding the floor, no one else is trying to speak anyway. So that was the only point I make. I understand if people don't agree with that. I was just putting it forward as, you named all of the emotions in the space and it's obviously very out there. I mean, I'm a buzz right here, So, so I'm just naming that and just like, so anyway, I know that there's, differing, I just wanted to put that forward that maybe we could just be keeping track of the time, giving warning so that the whole of speakers don't have to be punished. So,
Councilmember King.
I just want to reiterate, I want to hear public comment, but I do want to hear it in a respectful way from everybody. I don't want to be taunted while I'm sitting here at the desk. Disrespect is disrespect. I don't care if it come in the 3 minutes or outside of the 3 minutes. Disrespect is disrespect. If you don't agree with somebody's opinion, take it up somewhere else, not right here.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Are we okay with, you want to remove the motion from the table and try to proceed?
Yes.
Those who moved and supported.
I'm okay with that, yes.
I'm fine.
So we will make another attempt. You have heard from all of us. We want to hear you. Please approach this with respect for the space and the time. Thank you. Reverend Patrick, hello, good
Hello.
evening.
I'm Reverend Patrick O'Brien. I'm here to make something that needs to be done as soon as we can. People, read this paper I wrote. Read it. One time. For affordable housing. More shelter. More warming centers.
We need more subsidized housing. All the high rise and outrageous rent prices turned into affordable, low income housing. More shelters, no cost. More shelters, no cost. Need something, well, we're here. We need to take back our city, take back our country. The voice needs to be heard. That's what we need to have done. I had lived in Ypsilanti off and on for years. I'm 69 years old. I live on an income of $698 a month. Where in the hell can I live? Nowhere here in Ypsilanti. There is no affordable housing. Think about it. Would any of you could live on what I make a month? No. I have no family. Do you have family? Yes. You got a comfortable bed to lay in, comfortable pillow to lay your head on. But people out here have to live on the street. Have the street for a pillow. Where people gonna come from? We don't know. Put yourself in our shoes. It's time for change. Because if you can't do the job, we'll vote you out. It's time for a change here in Ypsilanti. I'm fed up with this. Everybody else is. Everybody else agree? Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Wander?
I'm here for fed up as well. Reverend Anna.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Wander. I live at 706 Davis in Ypsilanti. Councilmember Simmons, you mentioned that a lot of emotions are high tonight, but I think one was left out, shame. I have never been ashamed of my city the way I am ashamed of my city when I read this resolution. I'm not about safety. There's not a single person in this room who doesn't give a shit about safety. We care about safety. You know what makes me safe? Shelter. You know what makes me safe? Access to healthy food. You know what makes me safe? Healthcare and mental health care. Any resolution about safety that doesn't talk about those things is not about the safety of everybody. It's about the comfort of a few. Well, let's talk about comfort. I'm not opposed to comfort. Anybody who's showed up at my job and seen me in my pajamas knows I'm not opposed to comfort. But we need to talk about comfort in the context of what makes us safe. Solutionary conversations that include things like harm reduction, that include things like a 24/7 shelter that people can access. When we are safe, we can begin to talk about comfort. I'm not going to say that there's no problems. What I'm going to say is this resolution hits people who own businesses and who own property against people who are struggling on $600 a month income. Ultimately, that makes us less safe because it divides us. And I am ashamed that this resolution has come up again when so many people have shown up to say, we care about safety, and this is not the way to talk about it. I don't know if any of you remember Arnold Abbott. 10 years ago, there was a wave of anti-homeless legislation, and Arnold Abbott, a 90-year-old pastor in Florida, went to jail because he continued to serve food when their city council said, you can't give free food. We're worried about safety. And you ended up with this ridiculous situation where he's handing someone a plate of food and the cops come up and say, drop the plate, as though he's holding a weapon. It was a national joke. I don't want to see the city that I love become a national joke because we're passing legislation that at its heart hits us against each other, that at its heart is anti-homeless. We know, you have the information. Policing doesn't help.
Raymond Smith? Raymond Smith? And then after Raymond Smith, Charmin Spicer.
Hello, my name is Ray Smith. I am a resident of Ypsi Township. I work in Ypsi. I wanted to show my support for the resolution. I have seen significant issues upon Washington Street. If we're talking about protecting businesses, then we actually need to protect the business's livelihood of actually surviving here. If we're talking about budgets and other various items. The city council and the city itself has become hostages to basically people who are petulant children who are in desperate need of discipline. If the
Please.
people on
Please stop.
Washington need a paper, we should be giving them applications for jobs. We have 3 services that many people on Washington can be given. They can be brought to Dawn Farms if they have a situation where they need to rehabilitate from drugs. They can be taken to mental health care at U of M or St. Joe's, or they can get 3 hots in the cot at the Hog Bag. So I've literally been assaulted in Ypsilanti. And again, this last month, that person was adjudicated and they had to serve their time or whatever it was that they did to them. But I've seen many business owners be assaulted. I've seen sex acts committed on the sidewalk. I have seen.
Please stop.
I've seen, and again, the fact that they have to talk over people shows that the opposite side of this doesn't have a very good argument. Because I can have a logical argument here about why we should have safety in the community. When I first came here to come to EMU, I saw plenty of people come downtown. I saw plenty of EMU students here. I don't see it anymore. I see so few people come to this downtown, and it's becoming an issue where it's dying. I mean, I know that Bobcat Bonnie's may have had its issues with staffing, but also Washington Street and the construction didn't help it. You know, when you're owning a business or you're trying to make something productive in the area, you have all these headwinds against you. Personally, if these people aren't here, there's not going to be any tax dollars for a budget for anything. Yes, these people need services, but there also needs to be a level of discipline on the street here so that we can have some level of business. I mean, look at the fact that we're listening to the drummers here. This is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense that we have people that are talking
Please
over.
stop.
It's
Thank you. Thank you. Charmin Spicer. Good evening.
I have a request for Councilmember Simmons. If you don't like being yelled at, could you ask the people to grant the same respect to the speakers? Because they seem to listen to you. So I would appreciate that. Because a movement that excludes certain
Charmin,
people.
please address council, please. Speak to us.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
My name is Charmin Spicer, and I'm here tonight because I'm trying to understand what's going on in Ypsilanti. I live at 2266 Merrill Street in Ypsilanti. When I heard about the last city council meeting, I read everything I could find and talked with anyone who was paying attention. I still didn't feel like I had the full picture. So I'm here tonight to observe and try to understand. What can we do together to make things better? Better amongst ourselves. Because if we can't do that, we can't make things better for Ypsi. I care about this not only because I live in Ypsilanti, but also because I have a history here and have come to love this community. I moved here 50 years ago. That same year, I became guardian to my 2 high school age brothers and finished raising them in Ypsilanti. I worked here with Project Upward Bound at Eastern, got my master's at Eastern, and did things like write for the Eastern Echo. I love living here again. Like Detroit, this town has grit and a fierce determination to survive and thrive. Unlike Ann Arbor, Ypsi has humility and authenticity, and in-your-face honesty that's hard for some folks to handle. IPSI has always been real, has always faced challenges, and like every other community, there's always been disagreement about how to handle the challenges. I believe everyone here tonight has a vision for IPSI. If we had time to close our eyes and picture that, I bet our vision would be a shared one. Many of the ingredients would be the same, a place where people's health and well-being are a priority, where there's enough affordable housing, where there is accessible transportation to jobs and resources, and where everyone feels respected and their presence is valued. Please take a minute. Can I ask for an extra minute since I was? No, okay, don't worry. Please take a minute and look around at the other people in this room. Look in their eyes. Do you think anyone here doesn't want that for Ypsilanti? Do you think the problems and the pain are unique to our community? Do you think anyone here, including yourself, has the solution and knows how to change things as quickly as we would all like?
Thank you. Jeff Muir? Good evening.
Good evening. Blair's kind of bothering me, so I'm gonna close that. Hey, I'm Jeff Muir. I live in the 3rd Ward in Ypsilanti. We have some people here that want us and you to believe that until there's a shelter, no other city business should go forward. That's wrong and that's false.
Okay, we're not gonna play with the blinds, so Jeff, you touched it, you shouldn't have, please, let's not. Continue.
We have some people here who aren't from Ypsilanti who insist that if they don't get exactly what they want 100%, then no other city business should proceed. That's false and wrong. We have some people here who think that they're 100% right about absolutely everything. And when they insist that anybody and everybody with different opinions is racist. We have some people here tonight who think so little of their own beliefs that rather than get into dialogue, they just yell, threaten, and throw temper tantrums when they don't get their way. And we're seeing that tonight. You also have many Ypsilantians who merely want safe streets for everybody and who want a city government that will not allow itself to be shut down by a few out-of-town hooligans. Hooligans. Finally.
Speak to council.
Finally. We keep hearing the word slumlord thrown around, but the reality is that 92 cents out of every rent dollar here goes to the government. The government is the slumlord. We have activists like Amber Fellows who talk about landlord monopolies. Apparently, she and her followers are unaware that multiple monopolies is a contradiction in terms. By your own admission, there are no monopolies here. Your constituents, the residents of Ypsilanti, want our mayor and council to improve these common sense resolutions. Stop letting out-of-town agitators disrupt life in Ypsilanti. Please vote for these resolutions for the safety of everybody.
Thank you.
Want me to open this back up?
Leave it, please. Emily Hawkins? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Emily Hawkins, and I'm a resident of the city of Ypsilanti. I know that you're able to hear me over the drumming, and I know that you were able to hear me the last time that resolution 228 and 240 were brought here. I know you heard a lot of other people, and I know that just hearing us doesn't mean you're listening, and it doesn't mean that you care about the content of.
Pause for a second.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
want. Okay. But okay, y'all listen for real. We're adults in here. We are adults. Thank you, Mr. Barr. Okay, you paused your time. Thank you. No, we paused her time. Paused her time. Yeah. All right. Can you all take your seats, please? If you have a seat, I know everybody doesn't have a seat, but can you take your seats? Jeff Moore, I believe, and then I'm not sure who I'm looking at right here. Can you take your seats, please? No, not you. You're in a seat. Is it okay if you all take your seat so she can finish her time?
Everybody has been disruptive already.
Yeah, he's literally the one who touched the blinds. He's literally the one agitating at this point.
There are
and
many,
stopping.
there are
he's
many
telling us to
disruptors
get back
going
to
on. There
business.
are many disruptors going on in the building. If
Literally
everybody can
not.
bring it to a cease, that would be beautiful for us to conduct the meeting. I understand that there are disruptors in the crowd and outside. That is fine. But if we can all just sit down and please just have business done. Right now is public comment. You're hearing your community members speak about the things that are dear to them. So let's please offer them some respect, even if you don't want to offer any of us respect. And let's just get through this. Thank you.
Because we are definitely disrespecting our neighbors right now. You can restart your time. Thank you.
Okay, so I know that you're able to hear us, and I know that you're not acting with care to the content of what we've been saying. I know that you're able to act, but the actions that you've taken after the last city council meeting show that you want this to just go away. You don't want the resolution to go away, but you want us to go away. The wording that you changed for resolution 240 simply removes some key words specifically regarding people who are in crisis. And it seems that the point that you're trying to make is that you want those people to go away. You have no specifications for what kind of care you're willing to give people. The only specification you're willing to give is giving the city more reasons and places to use police. I'd like to know how much it costs to be a visitor to the city of Ypsilanti. If you do not have a residence here, you also have a voice to city council if you're a business owner or a property owner in the city of Ypsilanti. And visitors to Ypsilanti are being spoken for, but I'm a little confused as to who that is. I feel disrespected by not only the original resolution, but also the way it's being reworded and trying to be given. When you do something disrespectfully to people, but you use nicer words and you take out the words that are offensive and you still pass the same resolution, that feels disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Rickard. Good evening.
Hi, City Council. My name is Max. I am a 10-year resident of Ypsilanti. I don't wish to share my public address or my address to the public, but I am a homeowner. That seems to make a difference. I'm also privileged enough to be well-spoken and to have the confidence to come up here and speak to you. And I'm here to say that I oppose Resolution 228 and 240. Resolution 240. I mean, really, you changed what, like 5 words? And you really thought, yeah, this will do it, right? How far will you dig your feet into the sand of just pure fascistic violence? City Council, this is on you. Nicole Brown, I'm sorry, but your sentiment at the beginning of the public comment didn't mean a lot. If I remember correctly, you were on the council back during when International Village was taking place. Am I correct? And so I remember distinctly saying, hey, gentrification in Ypsilanti is a problem. It was a problem, what, 7, 8 years ago? The time to act on the issue that we're dealing with now was years ago. So I'm seriously, guys, like the time to act was years ago. And I understand that you're trying, you're, hiding under the facade of bureaucracy, but really, like, a lot of this, most of this is on you. And do you just not understand how extreme this is? Do you not understand the way that people reached out or the way that people reacted at the last meeting? That was for no reason. That was for a reason, actually. And you may be upset because people didn't conduct themselves to your liking with your so-called democratic process. Patrick McLean, and honestly, the majority of city council and the mayor, it's obvious who you actually serve. Your constituents are the landlord class and the business owners who want to gentrify and make it impossible to live here. I'm fortunate enough to have stable housing. And let me just say, the whole outside agitators conspiracy theory, I can guarantee you the majority of people who are here and outside are your actual constituents. The majority of these people are renters. Just because they don't have a bunch of capital, just because everybody isn't as well spoken, this conspiracy theory is ridiculous. Police do not make us more safe. I have a degree in criminology. That might mean something to you. Did you know that 40% of police officers beat their wives? Like, it's pretty easy. I spoke about this broken window policing. It has been proven over and over again that that does not work. The police will assault us and abuse people. I remember there was a demonstration a few months ago, and I watched policemen go after women half their size and push them to the ground. And they only stopped when somebody bigger than them got in between them and said, "Hey, why do you want to beat women? Do you really think that's actually going to keep people safe? If you really genuinely think police are the answer to this, please just do a Google search. It's really easy. Like I said, I have a degree, so a lot of this is on my mind. Thank you.
Alexander Monroe, and then Elliot O'Hara is up next after that. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Alexander Monroe, 46 North Huron Street. I'm a real estate broker and a property rehabber. Firstly, I'd like to support the appointments of Colleen Kennedy to the DDA. And also, I would hope to see a future nomination for Mr. Gary Clark to YPAC. Colleen and her business partner, Jeff, own Investors Realty Group right on North Washington Street. And just judging by meeting Colleen, I think she'd be a good fit for the position. I think she's in Ypsi for the long haul, cares about our town, cares about our downtown and all of its potential. And then Mr. Clark, I met at a Washtenaw Housing Alliance meeting between property owners and public representatives who are building and promoting these housing programs to help people. I also want to support Resolution 240 for the increased police presence downtown. I've personally had death threats going around downtown. I had someone come in from Detroit for a first date, and then walking her back to her car, I got, I'm going to effing kill you and I'm going to F your B. Things like that we just don't need in downtown. We need security. I've had many experiences with YPD. They've always been polite and cordial. They've been timely, punctual. Even when they were short-staffed at their worst period, they showed up. We had one instance where an individual was carrying out malicious destruction of property. They snuck up onto one of our flat roofs, destroyed a vehicle's windows. The vehicle was the employee of one of our commercial tenants, a shopkeeper who filed a police report and was initially pointing the finger at a bystander who did nothing wrong, but he was there at the time, so they were thinking he was the one throwing rocks. As it turned out, this individual was on my cameras shooting pellets from the rooftop, so he was easy to identify. The police took this information, they handled their investigation. They interviewed the individual. Restitution was paid to restore the damaged vehicle within 24 hours, and the perpetrator was not actually charged. He was interviewed, they confiscated the pellet gun, but it's just an example of how our police can and often do the right thing, how they exercise their discretion, and how they also need reporting and they need to be able to identify the people causing the problems. It doesn't mean that they'll necessarily face criminal charges, but that outcome, I think, was the best of possible outcomes because they know the person who did that. And I would imagine if they continued maliciously destroying property, the charges would have followed. But yep, that's about it for me. Thank you and enjoy the remainder of this riveting council meeting.
Thank you. Elliot O'Hara. Elliot O'Hara. Okay. Good evening.
Great. There are no public restrooms in Ypsilanti that are freely available 24/7. The library is closed and that closure is extending. There is no emergency shelter. Matter of fact, some of these city council members and these business owners and landlords that are in this room have repeatedly stood in the way of building affordable housing in Ypsilanti for decades. The history is there. And the state of Michigan has closed the housing choice voucher list indefinitely, meaning that while housing is getting more expensive each year in the city, people are less likely to get any assistance towards that housing. Golanus and the Daytime Warming Center saw record numbers of homeless people using emergency shelter services last year and the year before that, and we expect it to get worse this year and the year after and the year after that. You talked about stowing away more money for your rainy day fund. We are in crisis now. The rain is pouring down. We need to do something with the money now to get this shit resolved. Policing will not fix the root causes of homelessness, and the council knows that. Incarceration is more expensive than housing people, and people who have experienced incarceration are more likely to face homelessness after they are freed, and this council knows that. Studies have proven that for decades. This resolution is a blank check for police violence in Ypsilanti, a historically Black town that has actively been gentrified by forces and policies such as this. Anyone who hangs out downtown knows that police are already hyperactive in downtown areas. Already, they menace and interrogate people several times an hour for daring to socialize on the streets of their hometown. This resolution is a clear statement of where some council members' loyalties lie, with white supremacy, with gentrification, and with pushing people and punishing people who are down on their luck. I urge us all to consider a pathway that is productive and compassionate, to demand that this resolution be discarded, and to continue showing up and fighting for housing, for rent control, for taxing the landlords, for free bathrooms, for safer use sites, for non-police de-escalation, and for a low-barrier emergency shelter in this city that should have been built in the 90s. I ask that we all choose a path of empathy and of coming together to share our resources with each other, because this is the only way that we will survive the storm. I ask that we resist police violence and incarceration by any means necessary. And I'm here to remind City Council and all the powers that be that the people are more powerful and more annoying than you could ever be on your own. Shame on you for asking us to be respectful while giving this resolution the time of day. Drop the resolution.
Daniel Colemanez. Daniel Coleman, I'm sorry, I'm not saying this correctly. Daniel Colemanez. Okay, I'll come back. Ryan Foley. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Council members, audience. Right behind your head, Evan Sweet, stands the City of Ypsilanti motto, which is pride, diversity, and heritage. We seem to be able to work with the pride and the diversity. It's the heritage part that we seem to have a problem with. Heritage comes from the root word inheritance. Many people who look like me, racially classified as Black, African American, or whatever you choose to call us, which is politically correct today, moved to this city to find a better way of life. The city has now moved so far from the center of what it looked like that many of us are embarrassed to call ourselves City of Ypsilanti residents. This is not Ypsilanti. And I've got up in here many times and I've heard people sit up here and speak who racially classify themselves as white, claim to be speaking for the Black and brown people of Ypsilanti. They do not speak for us. We speak for us. And what takes place here in the city of Ypsilanti, this lawlessness, this violence, disrespect of our neighbors, our business, and our visitors, we don't like it and we don't stand for it either. So one thing that we do is we protect our community. We protect our mayor. So one thing I would like to say right now is first, to Sister Michelle and Sister Desiree, I apologize for my outburst towards you and the comments that I made. I can do that. Those outbursts that are going on inside of City Hall right now that are disrespectful to you, to you, to you, and Brother Roland, but they stand up here and say that they stand up and speak for persons who black and brown. No, this is a disrespect to the order of this council right here. They do not speak for us. If you want to hear what the residents and the citizens who are racially classified as black have to say, where we stand here in the city of Ypsilanti, ask one of us who actually reside here and live here, whose family came here for a different way of life, not for this lawlessness and disrespect that they have for our city, our residents, our police force, our workers, and visitors that come to this town. Thank you.
Jamie Standish. Jamie Standish.
Okay.
Micah Huff. Micah Huff. Jonas Reimer. Good evening.
Privé Tanya. I am here specifically at this point, hearing what has been proposed, to go ahead and say that I think this is complete bollocks, that this resolution is still on the table after pretty much everyone here has said that they don't want it to be. I've said it, all of you have said it, multiple people have said it. You know, I'm having trouble here, all right? Because when I hear that we're trying to get in more cops, I don't want any Ruskvardia. I don't want any Oman in the city. Same attitudes that I heard. This reminds me of when Lukashenko beat up his citizens. And I say this as a comparison because I don't want it to end up here. I don't want US to end up, I don't want the city to end up like the Lukashenko regime. And that's why I'm here, because I don't want it to happen here, because it absolutely can happen here. And this resolution is one step towards that. I don't want that. And I have to say this right now. I do not want to be beat by parkies. I don't want to be beat up by them, because I am often accused of random shit just because I don't act normal. I have to mention right now that as a child, as a 7-year-old kid, I was threatened with police action by my teachers. The only reason why is because I was in the special ed program. And now I'm free from that. And to hear that you're trying to put more cops on the street to do this over again, I don't want to have to experience that again. And that's what's going to happen if you do this. It's going to happen like it did everywhere else that it's happened. I have to let you know right now, I know people who have been assaulted by the police in my hometown that I recently moved away from, and I don't want it to end up like here again. I came here specifically to leave that shit. I don't want to deal with it again. And unfortunately, I feel like some people, including that guy with the body cam, are trying to block everything from passing. And that includes some council members, including that guy over there. And I want to say right now that I think that's completely crap. I think that the resolutions need to be dropped. We need to have more input from the community that isn't just sitting here knowing you damn well aren't going to listen and have to deal with that later. So I want to say right now that personally, in the long term, I think we need to get rid of the council manager system. However, for the short term, and this bill specifically, drop it. Drop it right now and don't bring it up again. Throw it in the shredder.
Thank you. Gray Weinstein. Good evening.
My name is Gray Weinstein. I live down the street at 605 West Cross in Ypsilanti. I just came in from outside where I watched an officer whose name tag said, "B. Lawrence, lean over to get in the face of an unhoused man in a wheelchair and tell him that people are homeless because homelessness is a choice." The fact that we are paying these people to be goons in our community, armed to the teeth, and we can't pay for a single homeless shelter is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And the idea that these armed cops with no connection to our community, with no kindness or care for our neighbors, can use their brutality to solve the issue of homelessness in our community is absolutely unfounded. We need evidence-based solutions that include homeless shelters. We need more funding for housing. We need more free and low-cost housing available. And we need more programs that will help people come in off the streets and get the resources that they need to survive. What we don't need is more police officers to criminalize the unhoused community who are our neighbors, our friends, and our comrades. I work in downtown Ipsy and I work closely with unhoused people in my job as a social worker. And I see every day that police violence and police involvement devastates these communities. It leads to incarceration, it leads to violence. And frankly, even when violence or incarceration are not involved, it escalates situations and further puts people at risk. We don't need more funding for the police, and this ridiculous resolution is a mockery to our unhoused neighbors who make our community vibrant and beautiful and who need the resources to stay safe and to thrive in our communities.
Thank you. Megan Bidlack. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, everybody. Alrighty. I'm from Ypsilanti. I was born here. I've been here my entire life. The demands of business owners should not and cannot supersede the needs of everyone else. Owning a business doesn't give you the right to insulate yourself from suffering using police violence. This out of sight, out of mind policy won't fix anything, and it's incredibly dehumanizing. I just wanted to remind our council members that it is, in fact, their responsibility to uphold the interests of the community that chose them to represent us. The police have always been weapons of racism and oppression. Ipsy keeps showing our council members that we don't punch down. And I know I'm not alone in saying that I don't give my consent to utilize the threat of police violence to further displace the most vulnerable members of our community. You also can't tell me this won't be used against citizens next time we oppose or protest anything. Education, healthcare, housing, all measurable components of any place's quality of life. These are the greater public's interest. Let's keep policing out of solving our systematic problems. Thank you, everyone that's fighting the good fight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. That is the last name that I had signed up prior to the meeting. So I will take hands from the audience of those who have not yet spoken. Stuart Bill. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Stuart Beal, and I've lived in downtown Ypsilanti for 22 years, and I am raising 3 young daughters in downtown. 2 years ago, the downtown environment changed a lot. The area is no longer safe to spend time in, and the trash is overwhelming. The loud music, the trash, arguing,
let him speak.
fighting, the assaults, the stabbing, the public urination and defecation is just overwhelming for the downtown stakeholders. The business owners, the property owners, the taxpayers, the employees of the businesses, and the residents who live downtown, and the business customers. There are more than 100 organizations in Washtenaw County.
Please stop. Well, you're gonna have to be removed if you don't stop. Seriously.
Because when you spoke, when everybody else spoke, nobody else spoke over you. So offer the respect to Stuart Beal the same way you want the respect offered to you.
All right. So can you pause this time? Thank you. All right. No, you're fine. We're just gonna wait.
So what I was saying is that there are more than 100 organizations in Washtenaw County that provide services to folks. and they do it without destroying the quality of life of their
Sorry.
neighbors.
Please pause. You're gonna have to be, please, you're gonna have to go. Please stop.
All right, so what I was saying is there are more than 100 organizations in Washington County that provide services to folks, and they do it without destroying the quality of life of their neighbors and driving local businesses out. We have a lot of really great organizations in Ypsilanti, like SOS Community Services, Ozone House, the Hope Clinic, that do not destroy the neighboring businesses that surround them, and they can function and service people without causing the trash and the public urination and stabbings, etc. I'm here to ask you to pass the resolution to focus the city on restoring normalcy and safety in downtown. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Are there other hands in the audience for those who have not yet spoken? Huh? Are there additional hands? Then, oh, there, I got them first. Hold on. Yep. All right. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shannon. I am a resident of Ward 3. I'm here to speak out against Resolution 240 now. You can't just change a few words on something and think that it's going to make it better when it is still the same thing. Please listen to everybody here that has spoken, that has a lot more knowledge on this than I do, that police do not make us safer. They do not fix the root problem of what we are facing, and it is a cruel and inhumane and just fucked up way to approach homelessness and mental health issues and substance use issues, and you can't just throw violence at it. There are other things we can do as a developed, humane city that do not address this issue with violence. We can shelter, shelter for one, safe use places, public restrooms, just so many things that would make the city better and safer for everybody, that's actually like humanely address the issue. Instead of what you're proposing, which is just a arm of landlords and business owners and people who just do not act in the city's best interest and in the residents' best interest. I just urge you, please, to just get rid of this altogether. This is not a conspiracy. I am a resident of Ypsilanti. I have been so for several years. You know, these are not out of town agitators. These are your constituents. And we are begging you to please find another way. We have the money. Well, we can't get the money. We can maybe shift it away from people that don't need more money, such as the police. And I know that they're just, anyway, that's all the time.
Thank you. And then I saw someone right before Kat, though, a hand before, right here. No, not you. Yeah. And then. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jen. I'm a resident of 48198 on Meadhurst Drive. What's going on in Ypsilanti? So because I am well-fed and warm and employed, and I have stable housing and plenty of safety nets and a little money in the bank, I have the energy and the capacity and the desire to play nice. But what we are seeing here is disruption, right? Is the ripples of voices of the disregarded, the ignored. And that is what's happening in Ypsi. So I moved here. I'm not an outsider, although I am new. I moved here to 48198 about 18 months ago. In that time, I've been to a few city council meetings, and in that time, I have spent my energy and resources and disposable income at the following local businesses around Washington Street: Malu's, Bobcat Bonnie's, Tipsy Ipsy, Tap Room, The Rocket, Stone Spoon before it closed, the Unicorn Herbal Solutions in Cuento, the Alignment Studio, Ziggy's, Ipsy Cocktail Club, Dos Hermanos, BTD Productions, I was also in a play, Fed Ministries, Care-Based Safety, Speedy's, Ipsy Ale House, Crawdaddy's Creole, Dreamland Theater, the Beer Cooler, Luna Gallery. I'm looking forward to a round of putt-putt, and if the Washington,
Sorry, I don't want you to lose your time, but I need folks to not play with the blinds, so can we just, could you please close them and keep them closed? Huh? Can you close the other one too, please? Can you put that one down? Okay, well, I'll have them hold on. Okay. All right. You can continue. Go ahead.
Let me know. Okay.
Go ahead. Continue.
And if the library was open, I would go there too. And the other is businesses around Ipsy. And I am here to say that I will not feel more safe spending my time and money in downtown Ypsilanti on Washington Street if there are more police. I will not feel more safe if there are armed police officers walking the streets, patrolling the citizens and criminalizing poverty. I will not feel more safe if that is the case. I strongly oppose Resolution 240 and am very aware of the fact that this area has dozens of folks, not just, as we were witnessing here today, not just protesters, but people who are picking up the slack that the government has left for our constituents. And the council is proposing giving more money to people with guns, as if we don't have.
Can you pause our time? Pause our time.
Amen. Amen.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. As if we don't, the city council is proposing more police in downtown, as if we do not have a policing problem. As if we do not have a policing problem in this country. As if I haven't seen with my own eyes the Ypsilanti police harass people on Washington Street, escalate the whole area, lose their temper, and freak me out. So again, I will not feel more safe in downtown Ipsy with more police walking around the streets. I'm asking for the same thing everyone else is asking for: resources, actual resources, harm reduction, shelters, affordable housing, healthcare, safe use sites, harm reduction, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on. The first course of action should not be the police. The first course of action should not be the police. Thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, and everyone who's here. Kat Layton, resident of Ward 3. First, I just want to say, I agree that urinating in public and defecating in public sucks. And I'm sure the people doing it don't want to do it at all. A solution to that would be having restroom access. I hate seeing people unhoused. I hate seeing people in poverty. I hate seeing people infected with wounds they cannot treat. And I notice that there's a little bit of symbolism going on with these blinds, that we're trying to cover the social problems, but they're always going to be there and they're still existing. And that blinds, just like more police, they don't disappear our social problems, they just further perpetuate them. And so regarding money, we kind of go back and forth. We're broke, we're not broke, we have a surplus, we have a rainy day fund. So first of all, with this public safety fund 205, if there's an unaudited funding balance of $330,000, but fiscal year 23-24 got $525,000, my math is maybe incorrect, but seems to be a disparity in those numbers. And so when I do the math and I look at starting in fiscal year 18, we got around 17,000 remaining balance all the way up until now. We have around 362,000 remaining balance in the public safety fund, which is a special revenue fund, so should still be there, but yet the numbers just reflected 330. So where is the remaining 23 or so thousand in that? But also, where is the remaining 525,000 that y'all got from our money this past fiscal year? There are people dying. There are people unhoused. And we have collected over $2.4 million of the millage reimbursement money. And where did that go? 220,000 went to police field services. How do I know that? I read the budget lines. I saw it. And then also ARPA money. $2.1 million was given to us from the state and the feds. And what was that used towards? Loss of revenue for the city. Not to the failing businesses, not to the people dying and needing housing, but also the same thing is being done with the public safety mental health millage. And we can do something about that. We can use that money to actually support people's mental health in non-traditional forms of public safety. That does not include a fire engine. That does not include public, like police field services. That includes harm reduction, safe use sites. If you don't want syringes in your porta potties, then get a safer use site that can also do disposal, safe disposal. It's not only a public health issue, it's also an environmental issue. And so if we claim systemic racism is a public health crisis in 2020, then we need to do something about that now with Black Lives Matter painted on our streets.
Thank you. Mr. Tucson?
Council, I want you guys to keep on doing what you're doing and what you need to do to keep Ypsilanti safe. I lived in Ypsilanti for 68 long years. 68 long years, and I know Ypsilanti. I guarantee you, no one in this audience has ever went up on Washington Street and took note whether those people are homeless. Those folks on Washington Street are not homeless, council. Y'all listen to me good. Because I get up in the morning and I walk. I go up and I stay out late at night and I see those people are not homeless. Why do I know they're not homeless? Because I got relatives that be down on Washington Street and I know they are not homeless. I'm not for anybody pissing on the parking meters. I'm not for nobody using their bowels on the curbs from the trees. I'm not for that kind of junk. But you guys got to understand, it's not your problem. It's not your problem. And myself and Councilperson Simmons, we going trick-or-treating. I'm going to tell her about herself if I ever get a chance, because I want to put her in her place once and for all. Council, keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Better sit down, sister. You keep doing what you're doing to keep Ypsilanti safe. Whatever it needs to do, y'all do it. Y'all do it. Please do it. Police, I need plenty of police. I need more police than I can shake a stick at. Please get everything you need to keep Ypsilanti safe.
Thank you. Who, sir, in the back?
Hello, Council. My name is Eric McCleary. I live in Ward 2. Let's take special note of which kind of speech has been protected by this council today and which kind of speech is not. I understand that everybody on this council feels attacked by some members of our community, and this is painful for everyone involved. For some of us, it's about our dollars. I'm going to tell you what it's about for me. I've been homeless. It ain't no fun. I've been vulnerable. It ain't right how we treat the vulnerable, like something to be capitalized on. Now, one thing that makes Ypsilanti beautiful is that this city has protected the ability to move forward. There is opportunity in this city. Not for everyone, because it's hard fought. But people in this audience would have you believe it's time to lock out wholesale segments of our community. It's time to capitalize on their misfortune. I ask you, if you were in their shoes, would you be on this side fighting as hard as we are to make noise and scream and shout and remind people in this room and in this city that people are not a resource to be capitalized on? And I thank every member of this council who has listened, truly listened. I don't care about your fiscal budgets when they hurt human beings. I know they are important. I appreciate the work you do for this city. Keep doing the work for this city. That includes all of us, not just the landowners, not just the business owners. And I promise you, the youth of this city will not accept it. Your businesses will lose more money if this is the way you want to go. That's all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Becca Whitehead. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti. I have been in Washtenaw County since 2011. And this conversation about public safety and utilizing different measures has been a conversation for a long time. I like to remind you all that this act, the way that we show up, doesn't just come because we're angry, it's because we're unheard. And people only protest, they only play drums when all of their other efforts have been useless. And we've been talking for years about this problem of public safety, especially, you know, in our downtown Washington Street area. There have been people who have gone down that street and talked to the residents, and I can guarantee you that those residents, whether or not that they have a home, they would not say that more policing is the option. So if we're actually checking in with what our residents want, then we should ask them, what do they need? And the people who have done that have clearly seen that they need resources. They need opportunity. They're not just there to cause problems. A lot of the time, folks are in places because they don't have places to go and they don't have shit to do. So then it's our job to provide them the resources so that nobody wants to sit on a street for hours a day. But if we have nowhere else for them to actually live a prosperous life and support them in that, then all we're doing is throwing police at them and trying to get them away from a spot, which is the only space that they're currently finding community because we haven't offered it elsewhere. If you only had one space to have community, wouldn't you go there too? Wouldn't that be the space that you go to as well? And so I'm asking, what does it take to get us to the next step? We have to think about next steps, not end goal. Right now, the next step is to say, no, we're not going to throw new police at it. Maybe we can have a conversation about a different technique, because I agree that everyone needs to be heard in this conversation, but that includes the residents of the city that are being impacted the most. And those folks don't have the time and space to come down to city council. And our city council that we're asking to represent us certainly has not gone down there themselves to see what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Anna? Okay. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Price. I do live in Ann Arbor, but I want to speak to you about a situation that is very Ipsy specific. And this is hard for me to talk about. So 2 years ago, I rented house in Ypsilanti with the express purpose of renting it back out at no profit to people who were poor and homeless. I did that. And that was often met with some behaviors that were detrimental to me and very painful. And I lost a lot of money. And I mean, mainly the main thing was, you know, people not paying rent and staying on after the lease ended. You know, I was really angry. But then I thought better about it. And I decided, you know, not all, but some of the people who had harmed me, I decided to continue helping them. And like, you know, driving them to rehab, hiring for odd jobs, you know, things like that. And I actually even co-signed a lease because I'm still stupid, but it's worked out. And a lot of those people are doing well. A lot of those people are finally doing well. And I think that's testament to compassion. And I think compassion is never the wrong answer. And I hope you people will realize, you know, that we're all in this together, and we have to extend compassion to others.
Thank you. Pastor Anna.
Hi, everyone. Y'all know me, Pastor Anna Taylor McCants from Fed Up Ministries. I don't actually know what I'm going to say right now. My brain's very tired. So I thought I would start with this. I literally just got back from Archbald, Ohio, at a retreat with my colleagues in the Southeast Michigan Synod of the ELCA. We were singing something from Holden Evening Prayer, and this is from Luke chapter 1. This is in which Jesus' mother Mary is talking about what God is going to do when God comes to the world and inverts the powers of the world. You have cast the mighty down from their thrones and uplifted the humble of heart. You have filled the hungry with wondrous things and left the wealthy no part. This is why I'm a pastor. This is where my hope is right here, is that the people that are the most forgotten in the world, God doesn't forget them, right? And the church shouldn't forget them. And over the last couple of weeks and the last couple of months this summer, I have seen more partnership among helpers than I have seen in this community in a long time. It was really frustrating when I walked up. I think I'm still shaking because Mr. Beal, as he was commenting about how my organization and how Growing Hope and how Care-Based Safety have caused public defecation and urinating in the streets as we have been providing services here. But that doesn't happen at the 100 or other organizations across the county. As he was saying that and then didn't stand still long enough for me to like have a conversation with him about it, it just really upset me. We used to operate out of a 90,000 square foot church building 1 mile away from the Delonis Center. This was never a problem there because people always had a place where they could go to the bathroom. There were more parks where people camped in and were left alone by the police in that area. So we didn't have this issue and we were only a mile from the Delonis Center. So I just want to correct that like we have served all across the county. We work with Saline Social Services. We work with Faith in Action and Chelsea and Dexter. This is not caused by offering services to people. I also want to say I serve in a larger capacity on Washtenaw County's Food Policy Council as the policy liaison. And I also sit on the advisory council for reparations, which is the county's new council that is advising the Board of Commissioners on a plan for reparations in the county. I am the vice chair of that. And in our work that we have begun doing this year, we have heard over and over again from both county folks and nonprofit organizations that we are meeting with that the conversations that we are having right now were had 25 and 30 years ago. This environment is so similar to the creation of the Delonis Center. The same things are happening right now in this community in this day and age. And so back then, the conversation was, should we put the shelter in Ypsi? It was not wanted in Ypsi. There is still a need for shelter and housing out here. And if we continue to turn our backs on that and continue to let history repeat itself, we're going to keep being in the same position. Police don't house people. I'm not going to sit here and say police are the problem. I'm just going to say they don't house people. And if a lack of housing is by the reason why most of our folks are on the street, we need a shelter. Thank you.
Are there other hands in the audience who have not yet spoken? Corn? Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
Hey guys, Corn, Ypsi Township. I would very much have liked if Dez's motion or Councilmember Simmons's motion to take this off of the agenda indefinitely would have been followed, because I think at this point, one of you guys is going to have to vote no. And the four of you have pretty much been voting yes on everything that's non-progressive and voting no together on everything that is progressive. So since this has stayed on the agenda as it goes into discussion, I really urge you, Mayor Brown, to remember when you were campaigning and you said that you were pro-resources, not pro-police. I would also urge you to remember when I presented to this council and you told me that as a licensed social worker, you would support harm reduction and not police. Since all of those conversations that we had where you guys promised that you would support the Black folks in Ypsi, at the end of the day, we have flashing lights outside. We have unrest outside. And we have a group of people here that's telling you that they speak for the Black community in Ypsilanti. It's pretty outrageous to have to sit here and listen to folks who took almost $2 million of county money to de-escalate to de-escalate, to watch them sit here and say they speak for the Black community and then walk away while this is going on is a joke. So are you guys going to do the right thing here? You have an opportunity still to vote no on this. You allowed Patrick to publish some really, really suspect, legally questionable language. We appreciate that you took the ADA violations out of the language in the resolution, but the spirit is still the opposite of what you guys committed to doing here, which is caring for the people of Ypsilanti. So Evan, I really, really hope like on your way out, you have an opportunity to stay true to what you said you would represent when you took this seat. It is literally one vote. You guys chose to do this while the mayor pro tem was not here. Again, you chose to do it with off numbers. So one vote would create a tie. One vote. It's just one of you guys. I really, really hope you stand on your business like folks have been asking and you support your community instead of supporting one row of white business owners. And I will say that the person that you're thinking about appointing to the Police Advisory Commission showed up at the last YPAC meeting and said that his suggestion for the Ypsi Police Department was more canine units and more drones, and that would fix the problem on Washington Street. So again, there's a disconnect that's happening. Please don't appoint those types of folks to our commissions that are dealing with disproportionately racist agencies.
Any other hands in the audience that have not spoken? Oh, yes, please. Evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is KJ Pedri. I am a resident of Superior Township because I can't afford to live in the city of Ypsilanti, but I do have an office here at 120 North Huron, from which I serve the homeless community of Ypsilanti. This is shameful. This is shameful. There have been so many people who have come through these doors and given thoughtful, nuanced arguments. And who do you listen to? You listen to Ray Smith, a real estate agent who used to sell me weed illegally. You listen to Stuart Beal, who I came before you, Mayor Brown, when you were still a council member, and my partner and I had canvassed all the Beal apartments in Ypsi and talked to people about the negligent conditions, the life-threatening conditions that he keeps his buildings in. We came before you. Do you not remember me? He didn't remember me. He illegally tried to evict me for 6 months. I got my security deposit back, and I came before this council and said, hey, maybe you shouldn't give him all of these tax breaks and opportunities on the Thompson Block building before it caved in and killed somebody. So I've been before this council before saying, hey, this is not the person to entrust the future of this city to. You are entrusting the future of this city who do behind closed doors what you're worried about on Washington Street. They sell drugs, they do crime, they exploit our community. And you are letting them define what happens in our city. There are so many people here who care about our city, who are your constituents, who do not have the money to fund you and your campaign that he does. Does our voice matter less? We have to be loud because we don't have the money to give you to make our voices matter. I have been homeless. I have had a gun pulled on me for sleeping in my car next to a propane tank that I didn't know was there because they were worried I was going to bomb a mall. I woke up screaming because I have PTSD and that officer nearly shot me. So this is what you want to use to deal with homelessness? Shameful. I cannot believe that this has gotten this far. We have come, this is our 3rd meeting now, and we have raised our voices, and you have told us to be more respectful. Respect our lives. This is life or death for us. This is profit and property for them. This is life or death for us. I wish I could say I trusted you to do the right thing. I wish I could say I trusted you to care.
Are there other hands of those who have not spoken in the audience? Clerk Boudreaux, can you move to online?
Yes, we have several hands
And then
online.
before you do that, can we move to extend now? Because we're clearly not gonna be. Move to extend to midnight. Support. All in favor?
Aye.
His folks vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Clerk Boudreaux. Oh, please go.
Hi, my name
Sorry,
is
they-
Sarah. I'm not much of a public speaker and I've also never done this before. But I have worked with FedUp for 4 years and with the warming center for much longer and have done weather amnesty for much longer. And in all the years that I've done it, I've never seen the police used to try to to help keep people safe. It's always been the power of community. It's always been the power of harm reduction. And I think I want to follow up with what Pastor Anna said, which is that we need you to call for the county and the township and funding partners to the table because we can't pass these resolutions because our Swiss community can't afford to be put into the same cycles that they have been thus far. And so I hope that you'll be brave and courageous and creative and be the leaders that you claim to be and do what you want, do what you claim to do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. For update. Okay.
Seth? You have the floor. Seth, are you there?
Good evening.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I came to council when this first came up, and then was not able to speak then came to when it was early in the morning, and was able to speak then. And I just want to echo what I have said in the past of that one, none of this crap is new. You can look at throughout history that there has always been this war between those who have and those who have not. Those who have want to make sure that they do things to make sure that those who have not don't get any of their basic needs met for less money than what they deem proper. I would love to be able to frequent the businesses in the area. I can't afford it. For example, I went to Spoon and I can't remember the business's name, but it was Spoon and something that's recently closed because they had a um, fill thing where you could get like dispense soap. And it cost me more money to get half of what I would have gotten at Kroger's for dish soap. And so I would love to be able to reduce and reuse and recycle, but I can't afford it. I can't recycle at and I live at Ward 3, 126 North Adams Street. It's a divided house. I cannot do recycling here because the city won't allow me to. Or at least there's been no way to be able to figure out how to do that. It is infuriating that we are going to choose an option that we know is going to cost us more money that actually doesn't curate the solution that we are looking for. We've known every time that somebody gets incarcerated that it is more likely that they are going to be homeless. It is going to be less likely that they are going to find gainful employment. And so to combat the problem by making sure that there's more charges against the person, then it just seems counterintuitive and it just seems like such a waste of money that we're actually spending more to make sure that people suffer all because the rich don't want poor people to get their basic needs met. It's just infuriating that we're even talking about this, and especially seeing how much we can look back throughout history in which it shows that it doesn't work. These solutions of increased policing doesn't work. What works is meeting people's basic needs, and that's what I wish.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Seth, your time.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. All right.
I have Lisa. You're up. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lisa Schramm. I moved first to Ypsilanti in 1994, moved back and away again, moved back permanently in 2012. I kind of am usually a lot more prepared as someone who was both captain of my high school and college debate teams. I usually come to these things extremely prepared. However, I spent the day in the hospital, so it's going to be a bit disjointed. But despite the fact that I had every privilege given to, a suburban white child, I still encountered childhood and adult homelessness. The thing that got me out of homelessness once and for all was the fact that Ann Arbor had the YMCA. And for $50 a week, I was able to live there, work at the Cloverleaf restaurant, and have, an opportunity to rebuild a life for myself. These programs that are apparently in abundance still allow 2,800 people, according to this year's PIT count, to be seeking emergency shelter. 20% of those people experience chronic homelessness. These are mostly families with children. These are not people who police are going to do a single thing for. There are probably a dozen people on Washington Street that not a single person here is arguing has problems with drugs and violence. What we are saying is that the solution is never jail. The difference between me, the real difference between me and many of my friends who ended up not escaping homelessness, and many whom are dead, is that I was never arrested. I was allowed to live in freedom and rebuild my life. Still, I live on disability. One missed disability check for me could put me right back in the same situation. And because we don't have abundant resources, and especially for people with compromised immune systems like myself, jail is just a death sentence. I would like to kind of switch topics just because I said I was disjointed, and just kind of like point out a couple of just random facts that I've been thinking about over the course of the last couple of weeks. One, 12 people on Washington Street did not hurt Ypsilanti's entire business district. I don't know if y'all remember, but 4 years ago and still today, we have a pandemic. There are many people who lost income, lost housing, lost health, and lost lives. No one is vibrant right now in their economy. Throwing police at this.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Vidya?
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Vidya. I'm a homeowner near Rec Park and I oppose these resolutions. The successful solutions to the problems presented have already been researched and developed, and they're rooted in providing care and resources to people in need. There's a large body of work showing increased police presence only exacerbates drug and violence issues and will make downtown businesses suffer even more. The reading on gentrification is out there for us. We just have to do it. This isn't remotely a matter of opinion. Any of us are a few bad dice rolls away from ending on the street ourselves. So resources like shelters and safe injection sites don't exist for, quote, other people. They exist for all of us. The only real difference between houseless folk and housed folk is that we get the privilege of being at our lowest behind closed walls. When we create bathrooms downtown for houseless people, I also get to pee. When houseless people have places to rest downtown, I also get to sit down. When we take care of the least of us, we take care of all of us. And as a trans woman of color that has suffered from plenty of sexual harassment and public death threats, police have never once made me feel safer. Caring spaces made by loving people have. If downtown businesses are failing, the houseless community isn't the problem. There's nowhere to sit and nowhere to go. 11 antique stores and no bathrooms don't make a magically universally appealing place for everyone. If you create a caring and loving community, the people will come, and if you create a hateful space with state violence, you'll continue to lose interest and further enable a deserted downtown full of failed businesses and the problems you thought police would solve. I yield any of my time remaining. Fuck this clown-ass fascist resolution.
Thank you.
Emmy?
Hi,
Good
can you hear me?
evening. Yep.
All right. Hi, I'm Emmy. I live at 330 Chittister Street. First, I want to support the nomination of Colleen Kennedy to the DDA. Colleen is deeply passionate about IPSI. But secondly, I want to say that I don't support this resolution, but I do understand why people do. Now, business owners aren't necessarily the enemy unless you're Stuart Gill, in which case you obviously are. These are people, many of these business owners in downtown are our friends. Many of them are personal friends. I've seen them suffer from the way that their businesses have suffered. And one of the previous speakers was correct. You know, this is an exacerbation of the COVID-19 pandemic, but doing nothing is irresponsible. But police aren't going to solve this issue. We're talking about people who don't have anywhere to go, you know, and so we're just going to take them temporarily out of the streets and then put them right back in it under worse pretenses. All this resolution does is give vague language that accounts for something even worse than inaction. It's exacerbating the issue. Need resources. We need compromise. And we need a collaboration, because this isn't going to be solved by one resource or one thing, because we are dealing with people who have a multitude of issues. We need to find the root cause and deal with them. Police are not the only answer to this. Now, obviously, there are going to be some violent situations that need to be taken care of. We can't remove police from the downtown entirely. But just throwing police at the issue without doing anything else is reckless. So do better. Just do better. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Trish Duckworth,
Good evening.
you have to unmute, Trish.
Thank you. And good evening, council.
Good evening.
Then he will turn to the goats, the ones on his left, and say, "Get out, worthless goats. You're good for nothing but the fires of hell." And why? Because I was hungry and you gave me no meal. I was thirsty and you gave me no drink. I was homeless and you gave me no bed. I was shivering and you gave me no clothes, sick and in prison, and you never visited me. Then those goats are going to say, "Master, what are you talking about? When did we ever see you hungry or thirsty or homeless or shivering or sick in prison and didn't help?" He will answer them, "I'm telling the solemn truth. Whenever you fail to do one of these things to someone who was being overlooked or ignored, that was me. You failed to do it to me." Then those goats will be herded to their eternal doom, but the sheep to their eternal reward. I will say that this proposal that is before us, it is racist. It is rooted and grounded in racism. I don't even know how this gentleman even wound up being voted on to council. I think it was a disgrace to put someone on council that does not have the heart for the least of these, that does not have the heart. And I can say this definitively because looking at this proposal, it was thoughtless. It was thoughtless. You are a goat to have made something like this. Woe unto you to sit there and not even look at the people as they were addressing you, some of them. You're a goat. Eternal doom you would get for this proposal. Do we have a problem? Yes. Do we need to clean it up? Yes. Are there better solutions than this? Oh, yes. So it is my hope that the four of you that I know that are sitting there, that I know and that I love, will do the right thing and cast this racist, proposal out the window and come back to us with something that exemplifies Matthew 25, verse 41 through 46. Do we have a problem? Yes. Do we need to clean it up? Yes. But it has to be done with the light of Christ or not at all. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Devin Cadlick.
Hello.
Can we not knock on the door, please? We're trying to hear people give comment online.
Hold on
And
one
it's already very loud. Hold on one second with the person online. Please don't start because we could barely hear anybody else. Is that P Moss? Is that you? Can you stop knocking on the door, please? We're trying to hear a comment online. I can't hear you. Oh, I don't know. People should be able to come in the door.
Hello.
Please wait one just
They
second.
can come in, but what is happening? I'm sorry. We're gonna hold for a second. What is happening? What's happening? Okay, people can come in the meeting.
Just said they can come.
I just said folks can come in the meeting. They can come.
The mayor just said that people can enter the building to attend the meeting. So enter the building to attend the meeting, please.
They can come in the meeting.
Good.
It's not. The room.
The mayor just said that everybody can attend the meeting. So come through the door.
The room is not full to fire code. Folks can come in the meeting. Where did Mr. Barr go? Okay. Can you go see what's happening, city manager? Okay.
About to go see.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know. I don't know where he's. Okay. It's not a closed meeting. The city manager is coming. Nope, the city manager is going. Hold on, the city manager is coming. Hold on one second. Sergeant. Folks can come in the meeting. Yeah, please stop touching the blinds though. We don't want to keep doing that. Huh? They were asked to be closed. They were asked to be closed. Folks can come in the meeting. They just. Oh, okay. So we can't, but they can't come in with the drums. No, if that's the case. No. Okay, no, you can't come in with the drums though. No. Okay, so. Okay, order. We cannot, folks can come in the meeting, but they cannot come in with the drums. It's a disturbance of the meeting. So that's the problem. They can't come in with the drums. Okay? We've asked to please stop touching the blinds, and folks cannot come in with the drums and the instruments. They cannot. Okay. So, not with the drums. You can't.
Everybody can attend the meeting with musical instruments. No, leave the drums outside. Attend the meeting, please. It's not a closed session. It's not a closed meeting. It's an open meeting. Please attend the meeting. Leave the musical instruments out the door. Thank you.
Yeah. So folks can come in without you can't come and beat the instruments in here though. That is why I think they're saying you can't bring them in. Folks can come in without the instruments. Yeah, they didn't come in without the drums.
Come in without the drums. Abandon the drums.
All right. And then who did we have for?
We were on Devin.
Devin
Kedlick.
Okay.
Devin was waiting.
Good evening, Devin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Devin Cadillac. I am an Ypsi resident. I live here on Emmett Street. I want to say that I oppose these discussing resolutions that are calling for more police presence. Police do not make communities safer. This is not new information. If you are saying that police provide that safety to communities, you are either lying or deliberately ignorant. And I implore you to think truthfully to yourself and take the blinds off your eyes. There are many things that I could say, but I've had a long, exhausting day, and many of the things that I would want to say have already been said. But I would like to invite you to imagine if you are having a bad day, what do? You go home and you deal with it in the privacy of your own home. But if you are homeless, you are not given that decency of privacy. You have no choice but to have a bad day, to have bad reactions, to have bad emotions in public. You are not given the decency of privacy. If you need to go to the bathroom, where do you go? Maybe you have the money to spend at a bar and you can use their restroom. Maybe you can go home and use your own. If you don't have those things, you have no choice. Or if your home is the streets, then you do the same thing as everybody else. You go home to use the restroom because you are not given the decency of a real one. If you want to have sex, where do you go? You probably go to your home. You probably go to your bed. But if you're homeless, you do the exact same thing, except you are not given the decency of privacy. And so, if you do not want to see these things, if you do not want these things in public, you need to give people the decency of having a place to go, of having privacy, of having shelter, of having a restroom. If you do not want needles in your streets, you need safe needle deposit boxes.
The time is up. Thank you so much. Who's next?
Shelter Association of Washtenaw. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. My name is Dan Kelly, Director of the Shelter Association of Washtenaw County. I'm calling in tonight for public comment to share an update on our planning efforts to provide winter support to individuals experiencing homelessness in Washtenaw County, specifically in the Ypsilanti area this winter. Thank you, Mayor, for mentioning that earlier in the meeting. We've been working closely with the city and local congregational partners, along with community organizations across the county and in the city of Ypsilanti to ensure we can provide both daytime and overnight sheltering and basic needs services in Ypsilanti, similar to last winter, as we have the last several winters. I wanted to share that we're planning to present this plan at the next city council meeting. We're hopeful to continue our partnership with the city and several congregations and other partners across the county and city, and look forward to speaking more to that as cold weather approaches rapidly. Thank you for allowing me to speak on these important winter shelter services. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. I just want to name as we proceed, you're only disrupting folks who are trying to speak to us about the issues. And so I hope that that's okay with you, that your neighbors are who are trying to speak to us that we cannot hear.
Got a couple.
Okay.
Want me to keep going?
Yeah, I mean.
Meredith Gillies.
I'm gonna read the transcription. Yeah. But.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we are. And if you could project, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I will project.
Thank you.
Because the people who are making a lot of noise, as was stated by a couple other people, are doing that because they feel unheard. I will not belabor the point because I believe that I just would like to reiterate a lot of the things that have been said. And one specific thing I would like to mention on the topic of whether or not police keep us safe and actually respond to the kind of violence that is apparently what is the what some business owners and aiming is the reason for wanting more police presence. When I was at a community event that is put on by people who live in this community, many of whom have come to speak today because they care about the safety of their neighbors. When I was at that event on Washington Street, we were harassed by the cops who tried to watch us and intimidate us for doing nothing than being at an event and having fun. And an event that we also had permits for, which seems to matter to, would matter to you, I assume. Then what happened at that event is that there were gunshots that went off about a block away, and the police were in the middle of harassing us. And when they were asked, are you going to go handle that? They said, no, it happens all the time. We'll get to it later. So I don't really see how gunshots going off is something you can handle later. And so I would just like to say that the Ypsilanti Police Department have stated to me and my friends that they don't try to respond to the violence that is being claimed as the reason for these resolutions or people who are supporting them. So I would just like to say, not only is it documented scientifically and with all of the research that police do not keep us safer, it is also stated by our own police force to members of our community. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. There more?
Valerie?
Valerie, Ward 1 resident. As I listen tonight, there are so many voices. And believe it or not, it matters not which side of this resolution you're on. You're all saying the same thing. I believe we all want Ypsilanti to thrive. But the challenge is that we envision this happening in different ways based on our values and beliefs. Recently, a city council meeting was adjourned due to disrespectful behavior. Some supported this decision, while others did not. This division, I feel, mirrors our current situation with Washington Street. We need to start by truly listening to each other's experiences and concerns. Only by understanding the deeper issues behind different viewpoints can we create solutions that work for everyone. While we may disagree on how to get there, we share a common goal: to see Ypsilanti flourish in a way that benefits everyone. I remember when we had the former Chief Jaguski, we had a downtown officer. However, the contract ended, and to my knowledge, it was never renewed. So whether or not we say yes or no to this resolution, the police has a job to do, and will do it regardless. So true progress. Hello?
I'm sorry, can you pause? Can you pause speaking, please? Can you pause speaking? What's happening? Oh my goodness. All right. We're gonna take a recess. We're gonna take a recess. 10 minutes. All right, we're recording? Okay, yes, it's fine. All right. We're calling the meeting back to order. What a time. What a time. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the business of the meeting. Before we get started again, the resolution on the agenda is to be discussed in open so that it's transparent, so that folks get to hear the discussion of council, and we can have a dialogue about what to do to move forward. We're gonna do that and hope that folks can maintain composure as we discuss it and move forward with the business, okay? Thank you. All right. We had an ordinance, but I think city manager, you had something.
We don't need it up.
Okay, so can I have someone make a motion to remove number 1440?
So moved. Support.
Any discussion on the removal of the first reading of ordinance 1440? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet.
Oh, get the voice. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Okay, we are now at the resolution everybody's been waiting for. We moved letter I to the top of resolutions, motions, and discussions, 2024-240, and Councilmember McLean, you have that resolution.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please be able to speak about the resolution. Resolution does two things. Let me start by reading the resolution.
Yeah, you have to read it, please. I'm sorry, if you disrupt, we're gonna have to ask you to leave, so please do not disrupt as we're going through the business. Thank you.
Resolution number 240, whereas it is in the interest of the entire Ypsilanti community to have a safe and welcoming downtown for all Ypsilanti residents, business owners, and visitors. And whereas the downtown currently has areas where safety is a significant concern for many of Ypsilanti's residents, visitors, and business owners. And whereas it is appropriate to focus on the safety concerns of the entire community and ensure that we have a thriving downtown. Whereas the effort to concentrate services in the downtown core has had a significant impact on the downtown community as a whole, including an impact on public health and safety. Whereas business owners and property owners have an interest in ensuring that the city takes measures to promote a safe and vibrant downtown that serves a diverse clientele. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the city manager is hereby directed to use all appropriate resources, including police presence, to ensure a safe downtown for all residents, visitors, and business owners. And be it further resolved, these resources shall be used to uphold and respect the civil rights of all residents, visitors, and business owners.
Been moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As I said, this resolution does two things. No more, no less. First, it directs the city manager to ensure safety of the downtown area. Secondly, it requires that this is brought about in ways that respect the civil rights of all involved. Since I've proposed this resolution, I've heard from a lot of people. I've heard from businesses in the downtown area. I've heard from residents in the downtown area. I've heard from residents throughout Ypsilanti, including residents in Ward 2. I've heard from residents from outside Ypsilanti. For a lot of reasons that we heard 2 weeks ago and this week, about 80% of those living and working downtown who wrote to me or talked to me support the resolution. Not all, but about 80%. Of the additional 20% living or working downtown, several wondered about how the city would address public safety and expressed some fear that it might be heavy-handed. So in other words, they expressed some of the same concerns that we've heard tonight. To the idea that the resolution does nothing, which came up earlier in this meeting, it's simply this. It's a statement that we as a city will address a serious set of problems. Again, nothing more, nothing less. Why now? Why the urgency? I've had several people say, let's table it. Because some of the activity that's happening right now is dangerous, both to the people engaging in it and to others in their proximity. Downtown right now is not completely safe. Secondly, businesses are leaving right now. Third, the reputation of our downtown as a destination is being damaged right now. We could do nothing do nothing, and hope that it gets better. But hope is not a plan. We have done things already. We provided funding for Fed Up Ministries, and this is not a criticism of them. It's simply a statement. We gave them some money. The problem hasn't been resolved. I don't want you to think that I'm suggesting that they created the problem. I'm simply suggesting that we have tried. We have done some things already. So we have to do something right now. These problems exist right now. We have to do something right now. The broader issues that most of this conversation has been about also have to be addressed in a way that is thoughtful and humane. We have to recognize that some of these issues have been addressed by cities across the country and the world, sometimes for decades, and they persist. That doesn't mean we should give up. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do them. We should. And I hope that we will. We may have to recognize that we need expertise and resources from the city, the county, maybe the state and federal governments for a long time. We should get to work, all of us. But I am not interested in waiting while some of the problems get even worse. This is not an either or. This is a both and. What kinds of resources am I talking about? I've been told by several that, well, you don't say anything. You mention the police, but you don't mention anything else. There's a reason, several reasons actually. First of all, this council is charged with providing direction to the city manager. We hired a city manager, whom I have confidence in, to do the day-to-day running of the city. And so he's charged with doing that. For us to overstep those kind of boundaries and say, do X, Y, and Z in great detail is not appropriate. It's not the appropriate role of the council. Secondly, there are other things that may change. Situations may change. And so we may need to change what kind of resources we need, who we work with, how we work. Why were the police mentioned specifically? Because this community desperately needs that conversation. It is terribly, terribly broken right now. There are, if anyone, I find very few people, but clearly there are some here. I find very few people who want to have the police running the entire city. That doesn't happen many places. But I also find that most people don't want to have no police either. I don't know about any of you, but when I call 911 in an emergency situation where I or my family or my friends are in trouble, I want somebody to answer, and I want somebody to answer that is trained, that is properly prepared to deal with really, really difficult situations. You know, I've been disturbed by many, many things in this, I'll call it generously a conversation. I've been very disturbed by several things, but one of the things that really most disturbs me is if any of us, myself included, were to say, all African Americans do this, or all white people do that, or all women do this, or all men do that, we would be lambasted immediately, and rightly so. And yet, we get statements here about the police, that all police are bad, to say the least, because I got to tell you, I don't think it flies that everybody is the same. And Ypsilanti is working toward creating a better police force. I have confidence in this chief. Will we always get it right? No, no place always gets it right. But will they make that effort? Is the chief working to bring in people that look like the community? Yes, he is. Is the chief working to train people properly in community policing and policing that is respectful? Yes, he is. Is the chief working to give us a police department that we can be proud of and keep as part of the community and a community resource? Absolutely.
Sorry. I asked for folks not to heckle and speak out while we're having the business meeting. We're going to be removed if you continue. So if you'd like to participate and listen, please.
Just bring it down. It's already noisy out here. We're trying to have the discussion at the table. Thank you.
So my resolution does not suggest that police are the only solution. It doesn't even suggest that they are the primary solution. It suggests that they are part of the solution. Contrary to what many might think, it's not a lead role, it's not a primary role. So what does a response from the city look like? It's one that should be humane. It's one that should be respectful of civil rights, and that is clearly enshrined in the resolution and has been from the beginning. It is a coordinating role to bring resources from all over, not just city resources, city, county, nonprofit, and other resources to the table. It says that some purchases might be necessary. We might have to spend some money, and that's okay. For example, some of you may be shocked to know that I've been talking about buying restrooms for the downtown area for quite some time. And that should probably be part of the mix, right? I mean, that's almost a no-brainer. So we didn't figure out a way we've tried to do that apparently in the past before I was on this council, and they were destroyed. But we should try again. We should try a different kind. We should try to figure out what we can do. But people need a place to urinate, to defecate, understand that. And so we should do some of those kinds of things. We should have continuous dialogue with those that are committed to real solutions. And some of those folks have been in this room. You know, I'll let you self-select. If you're really committed to dialogue, come forward. If you're not, no, I don't know how we get through some of the challenges that we face. And finally, not unimportantly or not last but not least, there is a role for the police, and we simply may just differ on that. But it is quite possible for police to do good work, and our police department has done and continues to do good work. I'm going to turn it over briefly to the city manager and ask him to talk a little bit about some of the things that we have been doing and that I expect we will continue to do, and kind of the approach that we will take. I think if you listen to it, I think you'll find out that it's not at all what has been sold in this room for the last 2 weeks.
All right, city manager.
Thank you, Councilmember McLean, Madam Mayor. So
Mike.
The chief and I have been talking about how best to approach this, because this is not a simple answer. There's a lot of different things to this, and it has to take great care. There is criminality on that street, and it's the result of mental health issues. It's the result of substance abuse problems, and that's not what we want. We want to address that, but not with the police department. A shelter has been mentioned many, many times, and that would be an incredibly expensive undertaking and something that the city doesn't necessarily have capacity to do. That's more of a function of the county. The county provides, has funding to do that, and I think it's important that we work as a region, as in the eastern side of the Washtenaw County, to find some actual real solutions. And then moving past that, during conversations with the mayor, the chief, and I, the mayor mentioned something that the OCED was doing, and that was creating kind of an entryway to provide people services. I've talked to our equity coordinator and our communications manager to start facilitating the creation of that with the with OCED, other nonprofits in the community, to find a single entry point so we can get people the services they need. With that, I think it's also important that the city strengthen and create new relationships with organizations that could be brought to this table. This, again, is not necessarily a problem that only government can solve. It's very important to involve all the community partners. So in turn, we want to, as the city, act as a facilitator to really assist the people that want help, that find themselves in, hard times that could happen to any of us. We could all,
Manager. Who's doing that in the back? Because you're gonna have to go. I've asked so many times, and everyone else seems to be, for the most part, trying to let us move forward. But you're gonna have to leave. I can't really see. But I think it's you, and you're gonna have to leave. Pete Moss. A kind friend. Continue.
okay, so as I was saying, finding a way to strengthen those relationships and bring everyone to the table, because the city doesn't have the assets to do this properly. We could buy, well, we probably couldn't, but even if we were to purchase a shelter, how is that shelter going to be maintained? How is that shelter going to be run? Who's going to run it? There's a lot of renewed costs that come with that. So we need to really go to our partners at the county and at the state level and see what type of funding mechanisms they have or have access to, that we can try to find a permanent solution. The freight house has been working all right as a warming shelter, but we need something year round. We need something 24/7, but it's something that we have to do as a larger community, as a region, to really try to find solutions for a very large problem. The last thing is, and this was mentioned during public comment, we need to encourage no barriers shelters. We need to have people be able to, start the process in whatever they are looking for services for, and then have transition housing and kind of help them be their best self, be the people that they want to be, and help them do and live the life that they wish to. And I think where we start in that is kind of trying to facilitate those connections, foster those relationships. And then in terms of strictly police, since October 1st of last year, there were around 800 calls for service. That's just calls for service. It's not just the police going to Washington Street. These are literal calls. So they had 899 of those. And in that time period, there's been minimal arrests. There's only been 2 arrests, and those were for felony warrants since May. So the police aren't there trying to put people in handcuffs. But there has to be some type of discouragement for the criminal activity. I'm sure everyone around Washington Street sees the drug dealers happening, and I think we owe it to that vulnerable community to also protect them from those people that are predatory against them. So I think this is a very there's a lot of prongs to this. This is not a simple problem, and the police alone will not solve this issue. This is a community problem, so there has to be community solutions. All I got.
Thank you, City Manager.
Mhm.
Councilmember King.
So quick question. One thing that I wrote down is, I think is the perfect time for me to say this. I think that this conversation deserves a bigger conversation with us as a council before bringing a resolution. I was thinking the same thing. The conversation should really include state and county resources. Do we need a resolution to do this? I think that is the question. Do we need a resolution to have this conversation as a team? That is what part that's confusing to me. We have not had a real conversation as a council, and I have a problem with that. Part of what is happening here tonight is because we have not had that real conversation as a council because we deem, I guess, some council members smarter or better adept than others. That is a problem. I don't think we need a resolution to do this. Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you had something else?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Finish off my comments. I wanted to hear from the city manager and to have him share the approach, which I appreciate him doing. I think it's really critical that we figure out how to do the productive dialogue. I don't disagree with a portion of what Councilwoman King just suggested. We can go forward with or without the resolution, and we should on a lot of the issues that have been raised here. The purpose, again, to go back to the start of this resolution, is simply to say we have some challenges downtown that affect public safety and that we should put resources to address those. It doesn't change what the city can do, but it directs the city to make this a priority and take it seriously. And then we should, in the same way, figure out what the right way to have conversations might be, what the right way to have, whether there's task forces, whether we bring in outside expertise, whether we find ways to tap into the experiences of those who are suffering on the streets, or all of those things. We have to figure out how to do that. And I'm under no illusions that that is a short-term process. That is a long-term process. It's going to take a lot of different moving pieces. We're going to disagree in some cases on how that has to go forward, but at least the dialogue can move. Now, we are charged, I am charged, all of us in council are charged with representing all members of the community. In the case of those of us on council, our ward specifically, but we make decisions for the whole city. We set direction for the whole city. That includes, absolutely, those struggling with addiction. It includes those who have housing issues and are unhoused or have short-term, long-term housing struggles. But it also includes the business community. For God's sake, where did the money for Fed Up Ministries come from? From tax receipts. It all works together. There's no way it comes from property taxes. Yes, it does. And the landlords. And the last thing I have to say is that this city's ability to do dialogue, in my mind, is on some sort of life support, and we need to resuscitate it. It is just not acceptable to be pointing at somebody. I don't care that you do it at me. If I'm the author of this resolution, you can do it. But when you take somebody that is a member of the public that comes here to express his opinion and you say F him with a large group, that's just wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think of anybody. There is a basic decency and level of respect. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. So, okay, Councilmember King, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I just have a few things.
You're gonna have to leave if you can't stop. Seriously. I am trying to keep everybody here. I really want you here.
I just want to point out a few things that I heard. Number one, I heard that 80%. I do not know every email that everybody has received, but I would say 80% of people or more probably have opposed this resolution from what I have seen in my emails, and I just want to put that forward. Also, city manager, you stated that, it's a lot of dangerous activity happening downtown. I want to know, what are we doing about it? If it's dangerous activity going on, what are we doing about it? If we know it's drug sales going on downtown, what are we doing about it? That was one reason that I disagree with that last resolution, because it said open air activity. As a city, if we are saying this is what's going on and we have a police force, what are we doing? Also, You also said it was 899 calls to Washington Street. I want to know, how does that compare with recent years? And also, Councilmember McLean, the statement you just made, I wasn't over there, but to tell another council member that the mob is, whoo, yeah, this is a lot for me right now. But to tell another council member that they brought this mob here is inappropriate. It's inappropriate.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons?
Thank you. So I have a few, a lot of things. So I'm just gonna go through them because it'll be easier. One thing I'll say, I'll just start with, and this is a request in general for when we bring forward resolutions, I think that both council members need to be on there because we know that in order for something to get on our agenda, either the mayor, staff, or two council members need to bring it. So I think that both sponsoring members should be on our packet. That's just a general overall thing, but so I wanted to put that forward. I'm gonna start with so I'm just gonna be reading a few different comments and then I'm gonna go through the resolution. One, obviously emotions are running high because folks know people down there. As I talk to people, they're like, oh, that's my aunt or a cousin or a sister or a friend. Or people know them from their own life experience because it seems like folks that they know. So we all want better for all of us. I just want to say that I know that that is the case. And that this isn't something that should be pitting one group against another, because I have had conversations with business owners. We have an email from a business owner who's a new business owner in the area, right downtown, who said, yes, it sucks that she has had to clean up feces, but that she is opposed to everything about this resolution. So I just want to put that forward, that this is not trying to be about us and them. There is no us and them. People hanging out and having a good time should not be problematized. Part of the vibrancy of a city, because I walk around at night, I walk around on the weekend, and I feel like it's off when the downtown is basically dead, because that does happen. There's no one laughing or taking pictures or dancing in the street. Municipalities are trending toward things like social districts. Which we just learned about at a conference, at the state level, they're talking about social districts. We have a pub crawl where people dressed up as Mrs. Roper that was in the news. So it's not that we have a problem with public intoxication. And let's not forget about frat houses in town. I have residents who literally, I didn't think about this when I first saw this, but it's only because of conversations that people brought up that, people, there's parties all the time, there's trash all the time, and that hasn't been pulled out as an area that needed to have extra attention. And so I think that that's important. And I'm going to out myself right now as someone who has peed outside. I was a professional at popping a squat. Also, I love to camp. If there were toilets available, yes, that would have been preferred. But with no public bathrooms and businesses closed or refusing access, I had to take matters into my own hands. So one of my constituents sent a picture of what must have been the most respectful looking outside piss. Dude was tucked into a corner of an alcove with a lookout to boot. So to say that everybody's just doing it in a disrespectful manner, I don't think that that is the case. It may not be preferred, but how about we have real conversations about how we address that issue? What would it look like for us to provide actual access to toilet facilities? Maybe even in partnership with our business partners and our larger community who wants to show care for those left behind by the traumas of capitalism. This looks like, for instance, I was talking to somebody, and they were saying, oh yeah, you know, in Ann Arbor, yeah, they got those big fancy porta potties, but they were like, actually, some of the business owners were like, hey, why did they do that? They could have worked with us. We would have been happy to open up our bathrooms, and the city could have helped support cleaning services for the additional traffic. So also to say that we can be thinking about partnerships with those who are here in those spaces. I understand that people feel concerned watching others using drugs via needles in particular. I find needles in Prospect Park too. I just pick some up because I know that kids play there. My kid goes there. So I pick them up when I see them. So I understand that this is an issue. But I think about what would it take to make sure those needles were disposed of correctly from jump? Because not only are children in the park, dogs too, this is a public health issue. What can we do? We have partners that have come to speak to us, and there are others as well. I listen to those who use drugs to help me understand what works and what doesn't. This is not a pipe dream, excuse the pun. There are concrete things we can do. People are concerned about fights taking place in public. I understand. When people don't have a place to live, their domestic disputes take place where we all can see it. And yes, for some of us, drinking too much brings out that combativeness. How can we show some care and support for those who are addicted, for those who are in the midst of trauma, for those who need external forces to help them de-escalate, re-regulate, disentangle themselves from that or who may be pushing them over the limit? There are options and resources within this very community, and they don't all cost the city money. We have had harm reduction folks come, and people who want to provide literal services for people with drug addiction by helping them to test their product, and also to provide wraparound services. That would cost the city $0, but we have not put out a resolution in support of that. Yes, we've been hearing from our businesses. There are multiple truths. Some businesses are closing. Some are opening. There are many reasons why a business closes. To try and lay the blame at the feet of those who have the least among us is rich. Literally. It sounds like Republicans trying to blame all the country's problem on people migrating across imaginary borders. I don't see this as something that has put us in a us versus them relationship. I know a lot of business owners who have been trying really hard and who are on the front line of supporting folks on a daily basis. They are asking for some support because they want to focus on making their business thrive. There is a role for all of us. Let's get to the circle and find ours. I think it's interesting that this came back with no outreach or even trying to address the issues. It just got more specifically incendiary based on my reading of it. The last time, I think about universal design. If we want to say we want safety for all people, then we actually focus on those who need the most help. We address those needs, and then everybody can feel more safe. And I think that if we say that we want to be putting out, something to direct staff, then we could put out a resolution that says that we as a council support an emergency shelter and welcome resources to help this happen. Because while I haven't specifically heard people say we don't want one, I've heard people in community say, oh, Ipsy doesn't want one. That's why it hasn't moved. We know we are in the midst of an opioid epidemic, and we welcome all resources that help us to address it with love and care. We can be putting those things forward. In terms of thinking about some of the specifics of this resolution, then I think that there's a lot kind of left out. So when we talk about safety, I think it needs more descriptors. I understand why some of the details were removed because it was clear how anti-Black and anti-poor they were when held up to the reality that many of the behaviors are not always considered a safety issue. I think when it says focus on the safety concerns of the entire community, I say great. So what have we put forward and done and shown support for? How do we not support the one project by a partner that we have? When we have supported Fed Up Ministries, they've been under fire. And then we said a concentration of services is the problem. When we should have been saying, we know that all we did was give one nonprofit some money to help feed people and provide access to showers, and they also provided some programming. Isn't that great that we have partners that do that? But we did the opposite. When it says effort to concentrate services, first of all, I find this to be totally lacking in facts. It goes against everything that is published everywhere about services. What is this effort? By whom? By individual orgs and individuals and organizations that are trying to support the needs of the community members that our current systems have failed. By going where they are, that's the problem. You know, I think about other things, malls, shopping centers, the proliferation of vintage shops here. People say, oh, we all like it because they all go to one spot. It brings people here. So then why is it that when we're talking about people needing services, all of a sudden everything needs to be spread out? Because poor people, of course, have the most time to have to go from here to there and here and there to get their needs met. Why is it that we say this for one group, but you know, for everybody else gets to get their needs done in one place, shops? When we're talking about a thriving downtown, let's not pretend and push the blame for our downtown on the less fortunate. Also, we can follow up on efforts that have been in process and been put forward, even by some of our business owners. I also, how have we pulled together to address particular behaviors, like, for instance, the using of the bathroom outside? There are things that we can do to help to get to that. The whole business and property owners clause is a complete issue, as it really does pit groups against one another. But it also gets to the point of the previous clauses, because I find that this resolution just said the same thing over and over until it got to that point. So it helped to really get to what seems to be at the core of this. When we're talking about where people are, I mean, tonight alone, I was keeping tally. We had 7 people speak up for this resolution, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 27 against, and 1 person who was trying to bring us all together. So I think that shows, along with the emails that have been inundating us for weeks, some by people who have never participated in council before. So this is bringing people out. Yes, we all have an interest in not putting our humanity aside for capitalism, but we are just proving the point that money talks in government. And I feel really personally about this because we are in the midst of a historic and important presidential election that is putting that same question forward. And so is this really what we want to be communicating to our community when we actually need folks to be coming together? We don't need to be creating anti-government sentiment in our own back doors. We already know that there's police presence. We have a 6-page plan from Chief Moore about this. Folks have been reporting to me for weeks before this was put on the agenda in the first place about increased presence. So what we have is a dissatisfaction in the services provided. What we have is a call to criminalize poverty, because we understand that the police toolbox is limited, as it should be. Either they can arrest or not. Maybe make somebody feel uncomfortable or unwelcome in a space or not. They can move a late stage problem to an even later stage one. But they're not able to actually address the majority of the issues that are at hand. The clause that says diverse clientele. What does this even mean? When I read it, it made me think about in the plan where we talk about panhandling and how, it's criminal. It's criminal to ask people for money because it makes people uncomfortable. But only if you don't have privilege enough to have a GoFundMe to put it out to ask people to cover for your debt or whatever else that people do. When this first came forward, I had a conversation with our city manager, even to understand, well, what does it mean, all appropriate resources? Are there things that I'm missing that we are somehow not doing that somehow you need council to vote on in order for you to do? There was none. There wasn't anything. These things have already been put into place. The police have already been down there. They've already been making arrests because I've heard about it. So when this also came forward, it was said that it wasn't about the police, although now the police are explicitly named in here. So I'm glad we moved past that dog whistle. But even with that, what was amazing to me was that people who were both for and against this all said it was about police. So everybody knew what was happening. And so to be surprised feels disingenuous. All right, y'all, we got through my comments on that. That was all going through the resolution. I feel like, when I said that this does nothing, it's because it's stating what's already happening, which sometimes there might be reasons to do that because we want, but this is bringing forward so much. It's bringing forward a lot. And what it is it's bringing a lot of fear about what is actually in between the lines and what will actually happen once this is passed. Because there actually is no faith that we will do something different, because we haven't. This has been an emergency. This has been an issue for a long time. When FedUp was down there and it was improved, people were like, oh, this is much better than it was. And then it got worse. You know why? I talked to people who have told me, oh, well, one of the reasons why this is escalating is actually because the transitions and seasons is traumatic for people. Behaviors become more erratic because they know that they're about to watch winter roll in and they still are not safe. They still are not housed. And that doesn't mean that everybody down there is homeless. Maybe they were homeless at one point. Maybe they're just friends with them. Maybe they just want to hang out. But I think that I just feel like I wish that if we were going to be spending this much time and having this much uproar, that it would be for something and not just to say nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments from council? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I think it was kind of already mentioned a little bit, but is this resolution saying police are the answer to all the problems? No, right? We understand that. That's been discussed. You've heard from several colleagues up here, city manager, about that, right? We understand that. The word police presence is used in this resolution. Is that going to solve all the problems? Is that going to solve any of the problems? Not going to solve all of them. Is this creating a police state on Washington Street? No, that is definitely not what it's doing. We likely don't even have the police resources to accomplish that. You heard earlier the city manager speak about the calls for service and the arrests in recent history on Washington Street. YPD or police forces throughout the county are not tapping Washington Street to make arrests on a daily, hourly, whatever basis. You may think they are. That's simply not the case. The data does not show that. That is just not true. Openly committing illegal activities will continue to not be permissible, and the police will continue to enforce state and federal laws, regardless of this resolution. That still has to happen. They have to conduct themselves in a way that follows. You cannot allow individuals to be conducting openly illegal activities. IPSI cannot solve these issues on our own. This is a small city with a small budget. And you heard a budget presentation today, if you were here for the whole meeting. So we are projecting about a $3 million deficit. We don't have the funds to sustain even current operations, let alone add things. So there needs to be other partners involved, other communities within Washtenaw County, the state, the county itself. This is not just an IPSI, our little just over 4 square miles that's going to solve all of the issues. It's just not permissible. We don't have the current resources. It doesn't exist. So for the success of all of us, there needs to be some more regional partnerships and not just IPSI putting in the work and doing the work. There has to be commitment from other entities or else nothing will be successful.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson.
So I've been living in the city of Ypsilanti for 27 years, my whole entire life. When I was a kid, I used to ride my bike with my father right there to Washington Street to the beer cooler when it was actually a drive-through, right? I've never experienced anything before the last 4 years where I felt unsafe with my father down there or without my father. In high school, I used to walk to Pufferez to buy shoes when I had the money, right? Today, I work on Washington Street, a little bit down the street from this location we're speaking of. People who come in looking for jobs and people who come in to drop off paperwork for the jobs that they have already completed with us speak to me and say, what's going on down the street? A lot going on. It's a lot of things that play into it. And I don't think anybody up here on the council dais is trying to turn a blind eye to the many reasons why things are happening down there, right? This resolution, in my eyes and to the eyes of many people that I have actually face-to-face spoken to on my comings and goings in IPSI in Ward 1, Ward 2, and Ward 3, this to them is the satisfaction of understanding that this council, this body, this government understands that, not understands, this council, this body, this government is not turning a blind eye to the things that are causing them discomfort. I agree on 100% that we need to partner with other people and other governments and other situations to help fix this as a whole. But right now, this needs to be addressed. And I feel like that this resolution here addresses that specifically. It's not anything about sending police to just lock everybody up. It's not. Even before this resolution was even penned, there was police presence up and down that Washington Street every 30 minutes to an hour. And if I'm not mistaken, a month and a half ago, there was a meeting held right here with myself, Councilmember King, Mayor Brown, the chief of police, and our city manager, and Fed Up and a Growing Hope to discuss what's going on there. And prior to that meeting, there was more police presence called by Pastor Anna because after there was extra police presence called by Pastor Anna at that time due to a negative interaction and witnessing a negative interaction right there. This is not a call for a police state. This is not a call for police to just get down there and throw everybody on hogback. That's not what it is. Police, all this resolution is a call to our city manager and satisfying the need or the concern of our residents that something needs to be done and asking our city manager to do all things appropriate to have this come to a resolution. That's it, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. So, so many thoughts here. The first one being the situation that we're in right now has caused and continues to cause so much division in the community that's just unnecessary, because ultimately I do believe, like I've stated before, that we all want the same thing. We want folks who are the closest to the issues to be taken care of, to get the resources that they need, to be supported, to be helped, to have wraparound services so that they can thrive. We can all thrive in the community. But that also does include, and we cannot ignore, residents who live in the area, as well as business owners, as well as folks who come and go. It is an everybody problem. It is a community-wide problem. I will say, I do not believe that the spirit of this resolution was to say, create a police state on Washington Street. I just don't believe it. I also, and I've shared this with my colleagues, we've had different conversations, don't believe, and when someone brings something forward, that it's my job to, for lack of better terms, I don't even want to say the word, but police what resolutions council members decide to put on the agenda, because if that were the case, I'd be using my personal opinion to dictate what we discuss at the table, and that is not acceptable and not appropriate, and I would never do that. I think that I agree, and Councilmember King and I have had dialogue about this, I think almost everyone, about the fact that we don't discuss things as much as we need to, as openly as we need to, and we have become so reactive instead of being proactive that we end up in these type of situations. This is not the first time, y'all, that City Hall has been packed out with people fussing and yelling at each other, at us, about different topics. It's not the first. And I'm sure, honestly, it's not gonna be the last, right? Because folks are deeply impacted by what happens in the community, to their family, to their friends, to us individuals. I live on the South Side. I know, contrary to popular belief and what's being stated, I do traverse Washington Street. I do walk up and down Washington Street. I've had numerous conversations with Julius and Pastor Anna trying to find resolution, numerous, to help support them doing really hard work, really, really hard work. It has never been an us versus them for me. I can only speak for myself here. It has never been that. I do think that as a body, we don't do a good job of being proactive. And that includes me as a body, all of us, because there are always so many competing issues going on in this community, unfortunately, that sometimes we don't get to it until it starts to blow up. That has been constant. I've been up here for a long time in my young life. And that has been a constant because our city has been disenfranchised and at disadvantage for many, many, many years. Partnership, connection, collaboration is the only way that we're going to see ourselves out of this. It is the only way that we are going to make sure that the needs of all and not just a few are centered and focused. And that is the stance that I would like us to take. I do have to name that, like, the experience that I've had up here during this time has probably been worse than situations that were, for lack of better terms, worse than this, because we know how to fix this as a collective. There were things that we didn't know what to do about. But folks, literally, respect has been out the window. And I know people are tired of hearing me say that word, but it's mind-blowing that even people who are saying the things you agree with, folks are willing to disrespect them too, on both sides. There should not be a both sides. We should be listening to extrapolate the pieces that make sense for us to move forward and do what needs to be done. To everyone, I have said this time and time again in my work. Every comment that someone makes, there is something for me to take away from it, whether I like it or not. But for some reason, in the community of Ypsilanti right now, we don't want to listen. We only want to hear what we agree with. And even then, we actually don't. Because there were about 12 people who tried to speak who we could not hear, who were actually saying no, no, or yes, yes, in support of you, and we couldn't even hear them. For 2 weeks, I have said, I want to hear everybody. I want us to have a dialogue. I am okay with this resolution being on the table, no matter what it does and it activates in us, because we need to have an open and transparent dialogue about it, because we have not. But nobody cared to hear that. We all just want what we want. And that doesn't do anything. Nothing. So it's 11:28. We're just getting to the resolution where we could have been having this dialogue 4 hours ago. For folks to be able to hear what this body of individuals who have to work as a collective think about what we need to do to move forward. We attack, we name call. I mean, everybody, again, I don't got no friends in this right now. All of us attacking, name calling, disrupting, disrespecting, and think it's okay because we're standing for something. But really, we're doing nothing. Nothing. Like my colleagues have said, people have said a number of things about me who know nothing about me, don't know my history, don't know what I've been through, don't know my connection to any of this, don't know that I know the people down there, that I give food and money and I do different things. And I'm not looking for any type of accolades or pat on the back. But when you come in the space and you make assumptions about us and have literally no idea of our lived experience, what do you think that does? Again, what's the word? Nothing. Nothing. What I would rather do, even if we disagree with language, is be able to have a dialogue here to say, you know what? I don't know if I agree with how this was written or where it was trying to go, but let's work on it together. Let's create a task force. Let's actually sit and talk through these ideas. Because what has happened is a lot of the ideas that we're talking about that have been shared, that haven't been adopted, is because guess what? Again, lack of understanding, lack of dialogue, lack of time to actually be educated on it and how we do it as a body, how we partner, how we find the resources, because we don't have them. Unfortunately, it's really hard to explain the nuance of our financial constraints as a city. But what people think we have, I promise you those numbers, it doesn't mean what you might think. We have to collaborate. We have to work with others. We have to find ways to make sure that the services provided for you, the things that you need daily, like your trash picked up, like the snow removed, so that folks who are able-bodied and not able-bodied can traverse this city. Your trees trimmed so that the power's not going out every time it rains and thunderstorms. We have to consider those things, not only for us, but the folks who we're talking about who are outside. And this money that we're talking about is here. That money has to pay for those statutory obligations for us to also do that. Because guess what? If we spend the money on all our dreams and wishes, it won't be a city for us to be arguing about. There will not be one. We have been close to bankruptcy before my time, but like I said before, I've heard about it. And it was scary for a lot of folks. We've been close to emergency managership before, very close. And we could be on the trajectory to that again if we are not thoughtful about the way that we move forward and we look at our budget and how we want to spend funds and how we want to focus our attention. I hate that we're in here arguing and fighting about a shared value. It literally makes it befuddles me that we're doing that. What I would like to see is that we take time to, number one, share out, which we're going to do, what the city has been doing and who we've been communicating with to try to solve some of these issues with partnerships, because we have. There are so many conversations and so many meetings that folks are not privy to, which is why I wanted to have this dialogue in the open, because every meeting that we have can't be in the open. Business would not get done. When we're meeting with the county, we can't have it in an open meeting. That's just how big, y'all know. And we're gonna have these community chats to talk about that and to let people ask us questions to see how we best move forward and hear from you. But also for us to work as a collective to do this the right way. And what's been happening over the past few weeks in here, it's just not the right way. It's just not the right way.
I would love to not remove this, but table this if we could, to have those dialogues and then give full direction to our city manager about what we need to do or to explore and with whom, so that we can actually do something that makes sense. And something that answers the call and the issues that impact so many people in different ways. My struggle is no more than your struggle. But for some reason, that's a hard thing for people to understand right now. We've talked with the county about bathrooms. We've talked about reopening our park bathrooms. We've talked about shelter. We've talked about housing. We've brought housing online. Ypsilanti is 4.2 and some change square miles, and we have more supportive and affordable housing than any other space in this county. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm cool with it. But we also have to recognize this county is 720 square miles. Are we showing up to other municipalities to say, are y'all gonna come partner with IPSI to make sure that people have somewhere to go? Again, I'll take the lumps. Doesn't matter to me. But I just want folks to think about it as a broader issue. This cash-strapped city is not the answer to everything. And I'm not saying kick it down the road. I'm saying give us the resources to do what we gotta do then. Because we don't have it to do it by ourselves. Show up to some of these other meetings and say, call the mayor, call the city manager, help them to help us. Because I haven't seen that. And I brought it up numerous of times. And folks who talk to me out here, you know, I bring this up every time. I am not your enemy at all. I actually care very deeply. It's why I'm so irritated with the behavior. Because I want to help. I want to hear. I want to support. But pegging us and name calling us and calling us the enemy and calling folks racist because of difference of opinion? What does it do? Nothing. Nothing. I'm asking my colleagues.
I move to table.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait, give me 1 second. So I'm asking my colleagues for two things, actually. Not to just table this, but for us to start a subcommittee on this. For us to partner with our boards and commissions, because each of them has a role to play in this, and have someone from each of them that are directly can impact this, for us to work on this issue together and actually come up with a plan that makes sense for us, and then invite other parties to the table so that we can actually have something to bring forward to people that they can appreciate, respect, and feel seen and heard in doing so. Because even with this resolution, honestly, Councilmember Simmons and Councilmember King, y'all said it correctly. It really doesn't change anything. The city manager can do all this without us. So that's not my issue. I want us to have dialogue that makes sense. Backed by data, because we all love that, don't we? To get this done. Sometimes. To get this done and invite the appropriate people to the table to do that with us, because we alone cannot solve the problem. Should I go to King first because she had her hand up originally?
The last time I let her go first.
Oh, my bad. Councilmember.
No, this will be right quick. Thank you for all those comments. I want to say just a couple of quick things. One is that Councilmember King and I are hosting another solutionary circle. We hosted one last year when this last fall. Was it last fall? Which was great because we have people come through who were able to bring their different expertise and resources and help to educate us, council members, And that actually spurred then a lot of things that were brought forward in terms of presentations that people did and in terms of some of the resolutions. So just to say for folks that are interested in some of that circling up and bring in some of the different partners, we will be meeting next Wednesday, October 23rd from 5:30 to 7:30. Is that the right? Am I saying the right time? Let me confirm that time. We'll be meeting. So next Thursday, October 23rd, 5:30 to 7:30 at 16 South Washington. No, Wednesday. The 23rd is a Wednesday. So we know what we're doing. Anyway, so I just want to put that as an open invitation for folks who want to be in conversation around these things, because what we'll do is we'll think about, okay, what are some of these issues? What ideas, what are the best things that we can think about? Who do we need to reach out to? Who do we need to bring into conversation? Who has contacts? Things like that. Because that creates things that can be actionable. So I just wanted to put that forward as, as something that's going to happen outside of this space, but that we hopefully will be able to bring things into this space all out of that. So I just wanted to put that forward. And then shoot. I think the other hold on, sorry, I just made another note. Just trying to get it. Well, and then the only other thing, I can't find my note, but one other thing that I do want to just say is, that democracy is messy. And I know that I know that a lot of folks prefer decorum at all times. But I do think that it's important to note this is not a stirring up of a mob. This is people who are coming out because of what they see, and that they see us as a space where they can exert their freedom of speech and action to push against what they see as something oppressive from the government. That's what people are doing, and it's messy. It's hard. It's hard for me, it's hard for all of us, because it's hard for me because I know I've been in that space. I've hosted events down there where I've had folks literally come just to make plates of food for their children. And so, yes, they might not be homeless, but they hungry. And then I had people who I had to say, oh, I actually ran out of stipends for you. And I had to look at people who literally looked so crestfallen that they were not going to walk out of that space with $50, because that was life-changing for them in that moment. $50. So no matter what, I think that, finding ways to bring folks into the conversation can be messy, because everybody's not going to engage in the same ways. And so I just want to name that, because I know people think but I just want to say, I think that this is part of that process too. And that if we want to invite people in, then we need to invite people in. As we talk about, social races or things like that, we have to then let people know that we see them as part of our community. And invite them to be part of the solution. I have seen, when I've been down there at different times, that it's people who are in that space who are also helping to de-escalate as well. Who every time I'm down there, people are like, how can I help? Can I help you set up? Can I help you break down? What do you need? So people want to be helpful. And so I think that as we're thinking about these different things, that should be at the front of our list as well, which is how can the people who are in the space, who are using the services, be able to actually be part of the solution so that we don't see them as the other and the them too.
Thank you. And I think I just want to add also that, you know, city manager, you and I have been working pretty closely on things outside of this resolution, but I want to lift that, like, I want to invite CMH back to the table for us to understand what they're doing. I want to invite public health back to the table to see what they're doing and the frequency that they're here, like, you know, the pieces that are happening so we can really communicate that stuff out. Because I think there's confusion in the community about, like, when are they here? What do they do? What are they here to support us on? Like, what can we ask them for? So that we can have clarity. And that might be true, but I want to better understand that because we've gotten information before. I don't know if I've seen those things. So I want us to know that and schedule some meetings so we can understand what's happening. Because again, this is not just the city of Ypsilanti's to lift. Something?
No, it's just, it's cold. It's all get out.
My nose is running. Yes, it is.
Mhm.
But yeah. Further comments from council? Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's probably no secret where I stand on this, but I hope that some of the conversation in the last hour or so has been enlightening enough to help people realize that I don't know, 80%, 90% of what people in this room want, what they came to express, we all have in common. I'm very worried about, if we were to table this, I'm worried about the commitment, or I'm worried about the message that this might send to our business community. I'm worried about the lack of guidance that we give to the city manager. But I hope that some of the things, I hope that I'll hear statements from my colleagues, that even if this is tabled, that it be a priority, that we bring a better situation in terms of public safety for everybody involved to the city in the near future, and that we make this a commitment. Finally, Madam Mayor, I want to commend you, first of all, through these last couple of weeks. Your commitment to free speech and to having people be heard has been unwavering. You have certainly shown a commitment to finding consensus. I think you showed everybody here in the last hour what leadership means. And I think, I dare say, you've shown them why you deserve to be the mayor. I'm not happy about the idea of supporting a tabling motion. However, in deference to you and in the spirit of the conversation that you've just raised, if that motion is made, I'll support it.
Thank you. I guess I want to not respond, but add to something that you just said. I think the piece that is perplexing me is the idea that if this resolution doesn't pass, that it's telling the business community that we don't care about businesses. That's not true. It's just not true. You've heard it from many of us, right? That we do care and we are trying to find solutions. And this document in itself doesn't say it is or it isn't. The city manager is doing his job. Our police chief is doing his job. Katie, your title changes all the time. Katie's doing her job. Elise is doing her job. Connie's doing her job. And we're gonna keep doing our job, right? This resolution was to codify something that was already happening. Moves in the direction to be aware and be mindful of the work that needs to be done to make sure that we address the issues downtown for everyone. So even if this is tabled, it doesn't mean to the business community or the neighbors that live down Washington Street that we're saying we don't care about you either. That's not the truth. And if anyone wants to spin it that way, they can come talk to me, because that's not it. But we do need to make decisions that make sense, that bring our community back together. The division has gotten greater and greater and greater and greater over the last couple of years. And it, honestly, I don't use the word fear a lot, but it scares me. And so I just want to name that this does not, it's not an either or, it's not a one or the other. That's not what any of this means.
So when we think about tabling this, how long would we table it? Because we need a date, correct?
Mr. Barza, to a date certain, do we have to table it, or do we just table it till it's taken off the table?
We could postpone it indefinitely.
You can table without a date.
Just postpone it until a date certain. Maybe give, because you want this to go to all the commissions?
I want us to talk about that, actually. You know what I mean? Like I guess that's my issue, is that like when we table stuff all the time, we don't actually get a chance to really talk through the direction. And so I want us to have a direction. So if we're gonna table it, we need to do it with a direction.
I mentioned before, I believe at the last regular meeting, that I know HRC is interested in being a part of this conversation. And I heard also that YPAC, I'm not 100% sure, but I also heard YPAC wanted to be a part of this conversation.
I think so too. Hey, he cannot, if he's trying to close the door, he cannot do that.
Can I get a motion to extend? Because 11:51.
Yeah. A motion to extend till.
I move to extend the meeting until 1:30.
Is there any support for that?
I support.
Extend to 1:30. We're gonna be here all night. All right. We can't close the door. What is happening?
Police are getting.
Huh?
We just came with the problem.
Okay. All right. So we just extended our meeting.
I have a question. I mean, I guess like, you know, in terms of thinking about a date uncertain, this is why I said we could postpone indefinitely. That doesn't mean you can't bring it back again, but we don't have we don't know what a time is. So just table it indefinitely. Is that what we're saying?
You could also,
So
you could also set up a study session if you wanted to like have a meeting where there was no action,
Please
just
stop.
a study session to discuss. You can set up a study session. It's like a council meeting. There's no action. Yeah, so, right. So we could set up a study session if you want to discuss more in depth.
Yeah, we've done those. I think that folks are gonna have like some community meetings though, and I want those things to happen before we do that. And you know, I would like that to happen before we bring anything back.
Because we have had like, you know, and I know I've mentioned this to city manager around like getting an update from those conversations with the Ann Arbor Area Community Foundation, which I went to, I don't know, like 5 meetings about a thriving downtown, you know. So I think that there's some of those things that we, you know, we need to learn about and figure out. And so, I mean, if it's just tabled until it's brought back, that's fine. Although, I mean, my strong feeling is we should just come back with something totally different, but. That's what typically happens anyway, when you table it, we wordsmith it and bring back something else. Yeah, so that's typically what happens. Okay, so we want to, I'll make a motion to table it. Table this resolution. Is the motion on the floor? Support. It's been supported. Support for discussion on this? We discuss. Oh, it's, yeah, because the table is stops discussion. That means we're done.
Yep.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor with a support. So Clerk, would you all please call the roll?
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion to table carries.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next resolution, I do still want us to, maybe after we have our different community meetings, come back and create a subcommittee to explore the information that we've gathered, to bring information to council in a work session for us to move forward on additional things and additional partnerships.
Probably first meeting in December.
Yeah, sure. You said a work session in December? Okay. Thank you. It's cold as ever. Oh, all right. I don't even know where I am on this agenda.
Minutes.
Councilmember Sweet, you have resolution 2024-238.
It's 236, my.
Sorry, 236.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the September 27th, October 1st, and October 4th, 2024 City Council meetings be approved, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Anything with the minutes? I wouldn't think so. All right.
Thank you.
Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yeah.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
She went to the bathroom.
Wait, okay. Councilmember McLean,
It's.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, you have our next resolution.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the DDA and city are interested in amending the agreement and the parties are desiring working together for the general greater benefit of the city and its business districts, and whereas the city has been providing trash pickup services and holiday lighting installation to the DDA for many years in the DDA districts, which both parties wish to continue, and whereas to better codify what is expected of both parties, the city and the Downtown Development Authority wish to provide greater detail to the agreement, and whereas this agreement is to place the 2016 IGA between the city and DDA to more accurately reflect the services needed and cost of providing those services. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve and replace the 2016 city and DDA intergovernmental agreement with the 2024 agreement. And I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Sweet and supported by Councilmember King. City Manager, do you have any? I know we've talked about this a little bit.
Yes. So some time ago, the interim DDA director, now DDA director, and I got together and kind of discussed how we wanted the IGA to be more reflective of the services that the city is providing to the DDA. We wanted it to be a little bit more nimble. So we kind of talked about how best to do that, how best to say if they want a banner hung, or if they want something like streetscape installed, then there'd be a function of how to do that, what the DDA can expect from the city and what the city can expect from the DDA. Also, that coupled with the enabling legislations of downtown development authorities, I think it's 1976 was replaced in 2018, which removed the ability to kind of just pull a percentage from the TIF. So you could do it in two ways. You could just either kind of give a an average or an amount of how much we assume we are charging for each service, or you could just give like a value towards each service. We went with the giving a value for each service. It did decrease the revenue stream slightly, around $10,000 from the DDA, but it also will increase 3% each year. And basically it will continue to do so for 3 years. And then each year the DDA director and the city manager will get together and say, okay, does this still work for both organizations? Do we need to amend it, tweak it a little bit? Has something changed that makes a certain service, redundant? So the DDA recently approved this at their September board meeting. And I think it is a more transparent document in what's to be expected by the city and the DDA, and more in line with the current state statute.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager or comments about the DDA intergovernmental agreement? Councilmember Sweet.
Under section 10 for street lighting, when it talks about, in that second sentence, it says the is not responsible for storing or something like that. Is that the city's not responsible, or the DDA? But I'm assuming it's the city.
Yeah, that would be the city. Well, I'm trying to see where that.
It just says the is not equipped to prepare to store. So I'm assuming that means
the city.
The city's not storing them, right? Not the DDA.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
So the DDA doesn't have any storage.
That's what. Okay.
So that's actually in one of our, in the kind of the cost schedule. It does list storage, and then we just kind of did an average of costs in the county for storage. And then the trash fee is based off of the DDA got a quote from our current waste hauler, and then we just used that for that. And then the community services director provided us average rents and other information that was included.
And I guess I'll just add, as a member of the DDA, I did not vote on this at the DDA meeting, knowing that I would be voting on it at council, but it's been reviewed, discussed at length, and folks on the DDA are comfortable with this agreement. I just wanted to name that. Councilmember Simmons.
So this is more, not so much exactly about this, although it just brought these questions up. So I want to put it forward to follow up on, because it talked about both like trash receptacles, that there might be assessing of, need if they're in the right places. And that seems like maybe there might need to be an assessment on, just as we're thinking about trash, and then also the recycling bins, and made me think, like how are they doing? Are they always dirty? And so if that's the case, there's different things obviously to do to keep it a cleaner stream, but if absent of doing those things, either we can think about what that would look like, or it was making me think about whether we need to replace those and have more trash. So anyway, so that just is like questions that reading this, it made those things jump out. So I want to bring it forward so that I can ask more specific questions of staff around those.
I can say that the recycling receptacles are probably like 95% of the time contaminated, if not 100% of the time. Is that accurate? Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Further questions?
You know how I feel about it.
I know. Further questions on this? All right, seeing none, clerk, would you all please call the roll?
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Simmons, you have 2024-224, I hope.
Resolution to approve 18-month extension of janitorial contract with, it says R&D, but I think it's supposed to be RNA.
Yeah.
Facilities Management of Ann Arbor. It resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that upon the recommendation of DPS staff for an 18-month extension of the janitorial contract for city facilities with RNA Facilities Management in Ann Arbor with a 3% increase in cost, the 18-month extension of the janitorial contract with RNA Facilities Management of Ann Arbor, hold on. Is approved, and Andrew Halinga, city manager, is authorized to sign the contract extension subject to the approval of the city attorney. And I so move.
Or
By Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Good evening, Director Wessler.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm just here if you have any questions.
Questions for Bonnie. Councilmember King.
I do have a quick question. I'm wondering, because it says it's an extension, why I've never seen an extension necessarily be 18 months or a year and a half.
We initially proposed 6 months. They wanted a year. We wanted it off of renewal in that week between Christmas and New Year's, when most of City Hall is, well, most of the city administrative offices are shut down. It's a terrible time to onboard a new company. And so we said, hey, 18 months sounds good to us if it sounds good to you.
And the reason I ask that is because I believe in September, we did get someone that reached out to us about cleaning janitorial services. And I'm wondering, when do we actually put a contract out for bid?
Would bid in about probably 13 months or so.
So was that what, every 13 months, or how often do we put contracts out for
Last
bid?
time we bid this out, I believe, was 2019.
Okay, so what are the reasons when a company say we no longer want to do it, or when the contract is over?
Yes,
Which one?
both, either. Yep, so oftentimes we'll contract with a company for 3 years. Sometimes we'll contract with the company for 1 year. It all depends upon the quality of service, the frequency of service, the pricing. All of those go into the decision and when to rebid a contract. We tend to have people reach out almost monthly to want to rebid our contract, and usually they are not actually equipped to do so because they do clean the police office. They do clean, not the fire station, but they do clean City Hall. They clean DPS offices. They all require to pass a background check.
Okay, well, I don't know how many we get. I know we recently had someone persistent in our email, and that is why I wanted to bring this conversation forward. And because it would technically seem like it's time to put it out for bid, I don't understand why we wouldn't.
The last time I believe we had 1 qualified bidder. So it's not a field that is very saturated.
That does sound a little confusing to me because, like you said, several people almost every month, but then we only had 1 qualified bidder.
Qualified bidder, so somebody actually able to meet our living wage requirement, to meet our background check requirement, to meet our insurance requirement, and our scheduling needs.
Mm-hmm. And again, being that it's even 1, what I said still stands.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from council? All right, thank you. Seeing none. Clerk Boudreaux.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have our next resolution, 225.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas roll-off dumpster services are required for the Department of Public Works to perform essential city services, and whereas the Department of Public Works sought and received multiple quotes for roll-off dumpster services, and whereas Stevens Disposal provided the lowest qualified proposal as an addendum to the active contract with the City of Ypsilanti. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the service agreement proposal offered by Stevens Disposal to provide roll-off dumpster service to the Department of Public Works, that the city manager is authorized to sign this contract, subject to review by the city attorney, and any change orders are subject to review and approval by the city manager to facilitate the completion of this work. And I so move.
Or
By Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Hello again.
Hello, I am again here if you have any questions.
Councilmember Simmons.
This is a silly question, but is it officially the Department of Public Works or the Department of Public Services? Because I don't know either.
So
It just said yes.
We're gonna go with Public Works for now in order to distinguish ourselves from community services. In the code and in signage around the town, it can be either. So Public Works.
They both.
DPW.
I just because yeah, okay. All right. I just want to know what I should say.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions about this? Pretty normal. All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
motion carries. And Mayor Brown?
I was gonna say letter E was to be
Was withdrawn, yes.
withdrawn. So this is actually not actively on the agenda.
Correct, my,
Do we need to do anything because it's on this actual document, Mr. Barr? Should we just?
Oh, this was withdrawn.
Yeah, it was withdrawn. It shouldn't have made it on here. Just note it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, Councilmember King, you have resolution 237.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Recycle Ann Arbor has proposed an agreement to provide processing and marketing services for the city. Whereas the location of their materials recovery facility is closer than the current material recovery facilities, creating efficiencies and cost savings for the city. Whereas it is anticipated that the utilization of the Recycle Ann Arbor materials recovery facility will have a positive impact on the city's recycling program by allowing the city to collect glass in our curbside collection program. Now therefore be resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve the agreement between the City of Ypsilanti and Recycle Ann Arbor to have Recycle Ann Arbor provide processing and materials marketing services for the city, to authorize the city manager to sign the contract documents and any change orders subject to approval by the city attorney to complete the authorization of this contract. That's a move.
Moved by Councilmember King,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Sweet. All right. Hello again, Director Wessler. Is this you again?
It's me again.
All right.
First off, I'd like to apologize and make a quick correction to the resolution. The second clause of whereas the location of the materials recovery facility is closer than the current materials recovery facilities, creating efficiencies and cost savings for the city. That one is outdated. This is actually from the previous contract that we signed with them, because once upon a time, and I believe it was 2021, we switched from GFL to Recycle Ann Arbor. So Recycle Ann Arbor is still closer than GFL, but since they are our current MRF, that second clause is a little bit redundant.
Should be stricken. Remove it.
Strike that. Can we friendly? You two okay with striking the second clause out of there? All right, thank you. All right, questions for Bonnie on this?
So this one, I actually do have a question for you.
Oh, okay.
And I do apologize.
It's fine.
So we have two fee options with them. One is for basically a flat rate that is $75 a ton. Or we have the option of a base rate of $130 a ton with an 80% revenue share based on the sale of recycled material. Flat rate is more predictable. Some communities prefer the revenue share agreement. We did some rough calculations, which should have been included in your packet. I'm sorry, I haven't looked in the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
But it basically comes out to the same rate. It's just a little bit more predictable if we have the flat rate.
I think you put in here like $1,000 over the course of a year is the difference.
Yeah, less than 1,000, I think. it was
Less.
Change.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's really not, yeah. Okay.
Right, because at the end of the day, Recycle Ann Arbor is covering their costs.
All right, council, what are your thoughts? And then do you need a motion for us to decide or just tell you which one?
You can tell me which one. Actually, Mr. Barr, would you be more comfortable with direction from council on which rate to go with?
Okay, so we need a motion for which of the two? The revenue sharing or the flat rate, right? Okay. Comments, questions from council? Councilmember Sweet.
I mean, given the minuscule difference and I think the flat rate is the easier option. So given the minimal difference, I feel like that's an easier, more predictable option instead of having to depend on the market for such a small difference. So. Oh, you want me to make the motion? Motion to go with the flat rate pricing structure for the recycling and arbor curbside recycling program.
Support. Well, I guess this is part of, is this just being added to the resolution? So I guess it's okay, so I do need to, okay, yeah, so I'll second that amendment.
Moved and supported. Discussion on the choice of the flat rate. All right, seeing none, please call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Amendment carries.
Thank you. All right, our amended resolution now includes the flat rate. Any additional questions for Bonnie? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor, I'm sorry, he's not here. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have the next resolution, 238, the real 238.
Whereas the city is a member of WARMA, whereas WARMA is interested in optimizing solid waste management for its member communities, and whereas WARMA and its member communities are exploring the possibility of issuing a joint RFP for solid waste collection. Now therefore be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the proposed modification to Section 5 of the membership agreement with WARMA. I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember King,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Sweet. Hello again. Time no see. So I just handed out a paper copy of a modified section 5. So one of the things that was brought up about the modification to section 5, that although it did allow municipalities to opt out in the case of a 5% price differential, it didn't say who determined that 5% price differential. This does clarify that that 5% is at the sole determination of the municipality. So a little bit of background on WARMA, let me back up. So WARMA stands for Washtenaw Regional Resource Management Authority. It is an opt-in membership-based authority to regionally manage the resources of the community, generally the solid waste resources. So this is an authority that is currently exploring the possibility of issuing an RFP for consolidated trash services for the member communities. For other member communities, this also includes recycling and yard waste. For us, it would just be trash, rubbish. We discussed this lightly, I believe, a few months ago, when we spoke about renewing or extending the Stevens contract through September of 2025. That is more or less when several of the other member communities are also targeting the end of their trash contracts, so that we would all have the option of joining in with WARMA communities on trash collection. This has several efficiencies. We can get into that at a later date. We have about 4 to 5 points on the flow chart of procession at which we can choose to opt out. This is a fairly straightforward modification of the membership agreement. All right. Councilmember Simmons.
Okay, so this first one is another date clarity. Cause so you were saying, cause I saw in the materials that it had like a staggering of the different municipalities, and it had us to be for us to start in 2024.
The RFP that was included in your information is from last year. So that is not the current RFP.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So that would shift now so we'd be at the same timing as everyone else as well.
Not necessarily everyone else, but we'd all be
At least, yeah. Okay. And then, so I started off as I was reading it, my first question was like, oh, how would this impact our ability to go to composting? But then I do see that they have the different they have the different things of the yard waste too as a possibility, which obviously would come into terms in terms of thinking about where they could actually dump. So like thinking about the places where they would actually put that. Like I know some some places don't or not. But it seems like that's something that's possible that they're going to be putting forward some pricing around that too.
Yeah, so when Warma went out to bid, with the RFP you see in front of you, there were no bidders who were interested in kitchen composting, but we would obtain pricing on yard waste collection. So, in the last round of bidding, which again isn't necessarily the future round of bidding, we did get responses from people who would be interested in partnering with, Ann Arbor's current composting operation, and that is managed by a third party. I believe their name is We Care Organics. So there would be the option down the line of potentially participating in a kitchen collection scheme. However, at the current time, all of our yard waste is collected by city staff and it goes to the city compost yard, which is not capable.
No, I know. I recognize that.
Want to put it out?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's lots of things. So yeah, so that was good. And then it also says obviously for the city, because our yard waste and its recycling that we do internally, that the contract wouldn't have us for that, but that we could opt into it. So I'm just guessing like we're gonna wait and see what those costs are and then make that determination, or do you already have a sense of whether we would opt into that or not?
That is part of a much larger discussion around strategy. And one thing that I would like to point out is that currently all of our yard waste and recycling operations are performed by unionized employees of the city. To the best of my knowledge, many of the haulers out there are not unionized, but Recycle Ann Arbor as a MRF is unionized. So one thing that council may wish to consider and was part of the discussion when we joined Warma initially was the potential of outsourcing and then good union jobs being lost. So one thing that I did want to bring to your attention was that we would likely have the opportunity, we would have the opportunity during the process of constructing the RFP to indicate our desire to, let's say, be more likely to join up with the RFP if we went with a unionized.
Is it also the case though that our workers would be reassigned to do other work if they weren't doing the recycling and yard waste pickup?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be necessarily that we would lose them or like, things like that. Yeah.
From my understanding, it was less about the possibility of losing local jobs and more about bolstering the local economy as a whole.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from Councilmembers White?
So just the 4 communities, or has anyone else expressed interest? I see Saline, us, Pittsfield, and Nipsey Townships.
Other people have expressed interest, and Saline is likely out for trash, but they may come back in for recycling and yard waste.
So they're kind of like us, where they're a part of it, but not the full package deal, maybe.
It is
Essentially.
up in the air at the moment.
Yeah, but no other potential additions that could potentially bring down the.
That would not necessarily bring down.
It doesn't. That's true.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from council? Seeing none, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes. Yes, yeah.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2024-239, resolution to accept State of Michigan $3 million grant for Island and DPS facility. It is resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that whereas the City Frog Island Park is very popular and many Ypsilanti residents and others use and enjoy it, the parking lot is subpar and in need of renovation for the convenience and safety of park users. And whereas the city DPS facility yard and buildings and fixtures is a safety concern and in need of immediate renovation and improvement. And whereas the city applied to the state of Michigan with the help of Senator Irwin, received a $3 million grant for the Frog Island Park parking lot and the DPS facility. The grant specifies that of the grant funds, quote, no less than 1 million should be used for Frog Island parking lot infrastructure improvements, and the remainder should be used for Department of Public Works infrastructure improvements, close quote. Now, therefore, the city of Ypsilanti, the Ypsilanti City Council accepts the state of Michigan $3 million grant and certifies that not less than 1 million of the grant funds be used for the Frog Island parking lot infrastructure improvements, and the remainder be used for the Department of Public Works infrastructure improvements. And I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. Hello, City Manager.
Hello, Council. This is the earmark that we were informed we were getting some time ago. It is designed by Senator Irwin and Rep. Wait, I can't remember his name.
Junior.
Yeah, thank you. They made the stipulation that they wanted to see the funds go. These two projects. We talked about the potential for Cross Street Bridge, and they are confident they can get more money for that in the future, but we also will need Prospect Street Bridge funds for that as well. So this is the this would just be authorizing me to apply and accept that.
All right, thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Simmons?
Just two. What was the past estimates for the Frog Island parking lot? Do we have a ballpark of what those were? And the idea when you say simple repave being that it might need more than a simple repave. I just wanted to make sure I was hearing that right. Okay, so just to have a sense. And then the other one is so in terms of thinking about like what stage of the DPS yard are we in and that the funds would be meaningful?
So that is the programming hasn't been performed yet by OHM. They did complete the partial phase 2. So hopefully once they finish that programming analysis, we will have a better idea of the ultimate cost for that.
Do we have a sense of when that will be done? I feel like I remember there were some different dates in that, but.
So we're waiting on a little bit of more information from that limited phase 2 and the information.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I just again want to repeat our thanks to Senator Irwin and State Rep Wilson Jr. as well as Mr. Gill for the support and getting us into spaces and me into spaces to talk about our needs and solidify these grant funds for us. Are there any further comments or questions about this? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, you have that added. Yep.
There's something over here. Resolution number 2024-218, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following residents be appointed to the City of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Colleen Kennedy to the Downtown Development Authority, and then Alexander Monroe to the Ypsilanti Police Advisory Commission. And I so move.
Or
By Councilmember Sweet, supported by Councilmember Tucson. I keep forgetting I'm talking to Mike, sorry. All right, discussion. Councilmember Simmons.
Do we need to be voting on these both at the same time? Can they be separated?
You make a motion to separate them if you'd like.
Yes, I would make a motion to separate these appointments.
Support.
All right, call the roll on separating.
Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
No.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Motion carries. We're going to separate the two.
All right, so we'll start with the, who, I don't have the resolution.
Colleen Kennedy for the DDA was the first one on the list.
First one is, oh, thank you, Mr. Barr.
Sorry.
Is for Colleen Kennedy, discussion.
So I know in the past, we talked about whoever brought them forward to come with a conversation about the person.
Oh, sure. So I brought forth Colleen Kennedy. Again, she's a business owner in the community, lives in the community, has been very committed, has a deep passion for doing good work, partners with folks. You know, we had extensive conversation, and I've spoken to her even before her application to be on the DDA. Members of the DDA feel like she would be an asset as well, with her experience. And I think she's been a good partner even prior to her application to join. And so I brought her name forward because I think she will be an asset.
Thank you.
No problem. Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also mention that I've had a chance to talk with her in a different context, but would second the vote of confidence in her and her background and her credentials.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
As a neighbor of Colleen, because she is a city resident and business owner, that's really exciting to have both of those at the same time. I will say I've engaged with her over the years and think that, again, as I mentioned, that she would be a great asset to the DDA.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions? All right. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. The next is Alexander Monroe for the YPAC.
Yes. So a little while ago, I got a call from Mr. Monroe, asking about, number one, asking about the seating of YPAC and who represents what ward and what spaces are we still looking to fill. I notified him at that time that we are still looking to fill that ward, that last Ward 3 seat. He then went on to explain his background. Obviously, he is a business owner, resident of Ypsilanti, and expressed that he would like to have a say in, say in what the police do as far as that the complaints and advice that chief may look into from YPAC and many other things. So after having that conversation with Mr. Monroe, I invited him to come to the next YPAC meeting, which he did, where he expressed more of those same sentiments. And I think that he would be a great addition to YPAC, representing the third ward, but as well as representing the landlord and side of our city. So I think he would be a good addition to YPAC.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I would love to hear from the person that supported as well. I'm sorry.
Oh, that would be me then. Roland reached out to me and asked if I would, Councilmember Tucson reached out to me and asked if I would support this nomination. And I obviously said yes, because that's why we're here. I've had limited interactions using with Mr. Monroe, probably recent as of this year. But we've had conversation about his interest in being involved, and finding his place and where he wants to be. And this was where he was interested and went from there. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, I saw your hand.
Yes, so this is gonna be a no for me. Not only, was it the last meeting I was at, I was told that I was being surveilled by him, which I don't think bodes well for building better relationships between the police and the community. I also am very much, the idea of using K9 units and drones in order to address the issues I find to be really problematic, especially since I know personally I've witnessed at the bus station some years ago, it was EMU, the EMU police department had a K9 unit, and seeing that in usage, and then the idea that they were trying to put somebody in a car with the barking dogs in the back, I found to be unusual punishment. And nobody would have put me in the back of a car with the barking dog right there. As well as seeing the ways that has caused a lot of harm to people, actually, with that being used. And so even though I know that's not just because one person says that they want that, it just makes me question what that looks like. If these are the kind of ideas that are going to be bringing forth, and also how, again, this would help support building relationship with community and the police department. I don't find Mr. Monroe to be really a good voice for improving relations between any group.
Thank you. Further comments from council? Okay. I guess what I'll add is that I don't know Mr. Monroe very well. He's been attending meetings. I've definitely seen him. And I heard that he attended the YPAC meeting. I do think that one of the things that we have continued to come up against is that, like, I don't know how to say this, so I'm probably not gonna say that, but that sometimes folks make comments, and again, one voice doesn't really move the commission, and also the commission is an advisory body. It would be up to council to make any decision on ideas that are presented from the commission. What I think is that I remember there was a time, was it the Huron Watershed Council maybe, that there were like differing voices and folks were being decommissioned for being the one voice that was opposite of what the rest of the body was thinking, and all these different things. And I think that one trend that I would hope they were moving away from is annexing people because their voice is not aligned with the majority or it's not the same. This is a space for not only providing support, but also for education. And we've seen that in numerous spaces. When I was liaison to this commission, which I helped to start, I heard things and people learned, and also had the ability to have dialogue in those spaces. And so in general, I would say, the conversations that I've had with him, I don't think the intention is malicious. I could be wrong. But he has shown interest in multiple commissions, but this is the one that stuck out to him the most from what I've heard from those who have spoken to him about it. And so I'm okay with supporting this. If there's no further comment, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
No.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, board and commission liaison reports. Police Advisory Commission.
Yeah, so as just happened, we have a new new commissioner to the Police Advisory Commission. The next meeting is on the 24th at 7 p.m. That's next Thursday, right here in council chambers. We now are fully staffed with Ward 2 and Ward 3, but we are still looking for a Ward 1 commissioner to accompany Commissioner McCormick. If anybody out there is interested, please get on the city website and fill out your application, and then we'll reach out to you. That's it. That's all I got.
Thank you. HRC.
I don't have any updates. We do meet on Thursday at 6 p.m. here in council chambers. And I just want to say, Councilmember Tucson, good job on keeping track of the wards and making sure you have a representative from each ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Parks and Arts.
Successfully held Fall River Day on the 29th. Had just under 300 attendees and over 90 kayaks down the river, both single and double. Free kayak trips. Received great feedback from those that attended, and we're looking forward to next year. Next meeting is next Monday.
Thank you. Sustainability.
The Sustainability Commission did not have enough attendees to reach quorum, so the meeting did not happen.
Okay, thank you. HDC.
Mayor, 3 properties considered: 516 North River, 322 Maple, and 107 West Michigan Avenue. 2 of those were recommended for approval, the first 2, and the one on West Michigan, still working through some issues.
Thank you. Planning Commission is Mayor Pro Tem, but is there anybody on? Okay, let's get the ZBA. Oh, also Mayor Pro Tem. So is SEMCOG. I wonder if all of you all get those SEMCOG emails. All right, so lots of information in there. I can't remember right now exactly what, but yes. Watts.
So I'm getting to my Watts. So there wasn't a meeting this month, but I do want to just name that they hosted 2 open houses for feedback on potential projects for surface transportation program, urban and rural funds. So one of them was today, so that's passed, but the next one is on Thursday, October 17th at the Whitaker Library from 1:30 to 3:30.
Oh, the next one is me. Urban County. Katie's gone. Okay, I don't have anything to report from the last meeting, but the next meeting's not till November. So I'll hopefully have some info from the executive committee then. The DDA, we just passed the intergovernmental agreement. It's been a long time coming. And then I believe there's gonna be some like trick-or-treating stuff going on downtown and in Depot Town coming up for Halloween as well for families and the kiddos. And then Rutherford Pool is Mayor Pro Tem. All right, council proposed business. Councilmember King.
First, I just have a question. So a community member spoke to me about police and they were telling me that we potentially are losing officers. So I just wanted to confirm or deny that tonight.
We've one officer recently resigned, one of our new recruits.
Okay. Also, at the last, anyway, speed bumps on Monroe. Did you get any information?
I have not found anything yet. I know there was speed bumps. I've reached out to Bonnie and now I can't think of that. Do you remember?
So no actual petition.
Yeah.
Okay. And at the last meeting, I also brought up the police chief coming to the Heritage Park Neighborhood Association. They just met this past Saturday, and that was a big part of their conversation. They really want to see the chief come to their meeting, and they meet every second Saturday at 10 a.m. at Park Ridge. Also, I would just like to say, I wrote out a whole paper during the meeting because how I was being treated, me and Councilmember Simmons. You all may not have heard the comments that were going on that were directed towards me and Councilmember Simmons over here at the beginning of the meeting. So I'm not gonna read this whole paper, but I just want to publicly say I don't appreciate being taunted from the audience. It doesn't feel good to happen from anybody, especially men, especially Black men, people that I think would support me as a Black woman. That was very disheartening. It did not feel good. And I think it's ridiculous and unacceptable. I do appreciate the apology from some, but again, I think this is unacceptable behavior from anybody. It doesn't feel good. And as I sit in this seat, I understand it comes with different stuff. I understand the night that we had tonight, that is going to happen. When someone is protesting a decision that we have made as a government, this is what happens. I do think it can be a little more in order. But again, if something happens, this is what happens. Community come out and protest. And so that's what it was. We do always want the protest to be peaceful. And we want to be respected just as we respect our community. And that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons?
Just a few things. One is something that I'll probably be looking into and bringing something forward for us around AI. It's like a hot topic in terms of policies and recognizing dangers. And then, I think on top of all of those, there's the incredible environmental deterioration that also comes with AI. And so I think we should be really careful about that, especially as we think about our sustainability goals. Just getting back to my another thing is, so I didn't actually attend the fair housing what is the C? Like the Fair Housing Center. They had their annual breakfast. So I don't know if anybody else was able to attend. But I was looking at the speaker for this year is from the redress movement. And so I was looking at some of that information, and they have a toolbox, a toolkit for municipalities around different kinds of policies and things to help support that work. And I thought it was interesting kind of looking at for Ypsilanti, they had a list of things both for communities that are transitioning and gentrification, as well as inclusionary and divestment. So those were just some terms on their site. But there were some really interesting things. Some of the things are things that we have either had named or talked about in the past, but that's something that I know I'm gonna be looking through and thinking about ways that we can bring some of those forward using that resource. Another thing that came forward in Prospect Park, the basketball court, people have said, so there's a lot of cracks in it and there's grass and things growing out of it, which causes people to fall. And so I don't know, can we pull that out so that people aren't falling as they're running on the just like it was named as an issue, and I was like, oh, I can understand that because you're playing basketball. So it is a pretty well-used court. So just want to bring that forward. And then I also noticed on my walk over here, the new boards on the Tridge. So thank you for doing some fixing there. That's well appreciated. I also I'm giving myself way too much homework, so this is why everything takes me like a year to do. But I also still want to think about putting forward what it would look like for us to have standards for dealing with protesters and other public assemblies. And just keeping that front of mind. And then the last thing I just wanted to do is just thank Evan for his service and attention for Ward 3 residents and your time being my co-Ward 3 representative. Oh, sorry, you can do it too.
Councilmember Sweet.
Okay, it's late. I had there was a large group of residents, and I was able to attend for a little bit, but not the whole time. That was able to conduct a large cleanup of the Luna Lake Garden, which is basically trying to be a native plant garden in Prospect Park. That was on the 6th. And thanks to Director Wessler and her team for their support with that too, with the mulch delivery and picking up other debris and things like that. It looks a lot better, safer, better sight lines, cleaner, etc. And thank you, Des, for that comment. And that's all that I have for tonight.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. One item that I'll bring up just as a heads up, something that I want to be thinking about, talking about, and that's trees within our area. Ward 2, it's a significant issue, but I think it's also a significant issue in other wards and in parks, but also in neighborhoods. This is not just an aesthetic issue, but also a climate change resilience issue. Having trees in good condition helps us with erosion, helps us with temperature. It helps absorb stormwater runoff. So I think we have very limited capacity. I've had some good initial conversations with Director Wessler, and I think it's all safe for right now, but just want to put that on your radar screens. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson.
This Saturday, downtown Ypsi from 9 a.m. to, if I'm not mistaken, noon, there will be a whole downtown cleanup. So if anybody wants to come down and put a rake down, put a trash can down or whatever to help clean up our downtown, that'd be great. I'll be there. Though I have to work that day, but I'll be there when it starts. On the 26th of next week, if I'm not mistaken, no, 26th, or is it?
Trunk or treat.
Yes, the trunk or treat at Park Ridge, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's 3 to 6 p.m. right there at Park Ridge. So take the kiddos in their nice little costumes, go get some candies and all types of other things. Outside of that, that's really all I got. Thank you.
All right, well, I was going to talk about trunk or treat. I was going to talk about the cleanup. I was going to talk about Mr. Sweet, Councilman Sweet. I just want to publicly thank you for your thoughtfulness and your work on council. You have really been a pleasure to work alongside, truly. So thank you so much. And I also want to, I guess, just briefly just echo what Councilmember King stated. I don't think it's acceptable for anyone to heckle, make jabs, disrespect anybody up on this dais. We are all here doing a service that is not easy to do. And I do believe everyone is doing it to the best of their ability. And so not even for one section or sector of the community are folks who had outbursts, their outbursts all night in every meeting from lots of folks. And sometimes it's directed at me, sometimes it's directed at others. But if we want, to do good work, we got to try to do it together and do it in a way that provides everybody with dignity and respect, which is a big part of all that was happening here tonight and over the last 2 weeks. And also to our city staff, I know some folks have gone now, but I want to thank you all for being here and being present, and city manager for leading the charge, leading folks and doing that with such grace. I really appreciate you. So thank you. And then I guess city manager, it's your turn.
Since we have a general election coming up, I was looking at council schedule and it does not look like a organizational meeting was scheduled. Which raises another interesting thing that Tracy and Mr. Barr and I have been discussing, and we're still kind of reviewing. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to do one on November 11th, which would be
Monday following the meeting? I mean,
Yeah,
the
but
election?
it's the Monday following the election, but also do one on the 18th. Because with the constitutional change in 2022, the election actually won't be certified until the 15th. So, oh, I'm sorry, the 12th. So that Monday would be, the election wouldn't be certified. So it really, no one's been elected until it's certified. Yeah,
So-
so the city attorney's looking into that to just see how, I did some research and looked in, compiled law, but I didn't see anything that was specific to direction. There's been nothing from the VOE, correct? So we're,
Seating the council, right?
yep.
Can't seat them.
So it's certified.
Re-
I spoke to, not our state rep, but another state rep out of, I don't know what the district numbers are anymore, but they were under the impression that that would take effect in 2025. And we're also trying to get clarity because there's a bunch of confusion about what this means. And so I would just say the sooner we can find out, the better, so that we can be
Yeah.
scheduling.
And that's why I was asking to do just both those nights, so we can just cancel whichever one. If we're good on the 11th, great. If not, then the 18th.
I'm just not sure what we're trying to schedule.
There's always a organizational meeting after an election, but because rules have changed in the constitutional blah, 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 that date now is not supposed to happen until the election's been certified, and it takes almost a week now for that to officially be done. So we can't have an organizational meeting until the election itself has been certified. So typically we would meet the Monday after an election in previous years, but now that this has changed, we have to wait until the certification of said election, which is 7 days later, before we can reorganize and seat the new folks.
Oh, so that was separate from the meeting.
Right. So our regular meeting has nothing to do with the organizational meeting. Sometimes we've had meetings both days, Monday and Tuesday, because you have to have an organizational meeting and then our regular council meeting.
But typically how,
Typically.
yeah, it's our charter reads that it has to be, it's the Monday following the election at 7:30, but the election's really not over until it's certified. And it can't be certified until the move ballot deadline expires. So it delays certification. It used to be the Friday following the election. And now it happens the Tuesday, right?
Does that mean that we would ultimately have to update our charter as well? If that
Trump lost. Well, did I say Trump law? State law, Trump. State law, Trump, city law. Yeah,
correct. Okay. So then we would just move to scheduling it based on the state law.
correct.
Okay. And so we may find out though that doesn't change anything. We can still have
Yep.
our meeting on
That's-
Monday.
that's
So
what I just
hold the
wanted to-
11th and the 18th just in case.
Yeah.
Right, I'll
What
just
You'll need to add those to the schedule.
turn off my work schedule.
What about the 12th? The already pre-scheduled one.
Yeah,
That's
that's
our regular council meeting.
yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just a couple quick
Yes.
questions. I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm like, I don't remember it coming separate, but
Yep.
like I thought we
Came Monday and you came back Tuesday.
okay, well, 2 years, Just a quick question. So we're saying maybe the 11th, but the Sustainability Commission is supposed to have a meeting that day.
They're gonna have to move.
They would have to move.
Yep.
Okay. But then, so we're saying, and then, okay, but we can't just do it on the 12th? Why couldn't we?
That's why that's why I'm asking for just to add those days. It doesn't mean we have to have them. Meetings are easier to cancel than they are to add.
Okay. Well, I can say, okay, so, and then, so you're saying that you're saying just like council cannot be seated until, so we would still have the meeting on the 12th or not have the meeting on the 12th?
Still have
Still
our
have
meeting on
meeting
the
on
12th because we have to have that meeting.
Okay.
Because that's our normal general meetings.
But full council may not be seated then?
We would still have a full council.
Okay.
Councils is the council until the next person.
Okay, but then the organizational meetings, just where we talk about our rules and stuff.
Yep.
And then where people take their oath of office. the seat to be seated. Do you remember? Okay.
But if it's on the 18th, then it would be after our first meeting, after the election.
There's no first or last meeting. We just meet, but the organizational meeting would either happen on the 11th or the 18th to seat a new person, new people.
I may, if the law does not allow the council to be seated until after the election is certified, then the meeting of the 12th will be this current council.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. It
Oh
may-
yeah.
Okay, so that's why, thank you. And I can just say I'm not available on the 18th, and I guess I could just skip the Sustainability Commission, but I wouldn't be, I'm not available on the 18th, so.
Well, the sooner we find out
Unfortunate.
about the
Yep.
law thing, we will know, because the 11th would be our normal day that we would do it anyway. So hopefully it's that day, but if not,
And then what time?
30.
7:30.
Usually 7,
Oh, is it at 7? I thought it was 7:30.
because sometimes there's like some cleanup stuff prior to the regular meeting.
Oh,
but-
so 7 p.m. on.
So
the
if you
11th.
just add the 11th and the 18th, we'll be good to go. I just need them added, like,
All right.
Do we need a motion or something?
yeah, because they gotta be added to
The schedule. Someone make a motion to add both of them.
Yeah.
I move to add November 11th and November 18th as our potential organizational meetings. Yeah, and I so move.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Councilmember Sim.
No, I'm sorry, I had something totally separate, but
Oh, okay.
I'll wait until after this.
All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. And then we will just cancel whichever one we don't use.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I, yeah, just, right, I totally forgot, but I don't want to forget because he's so good about it. I just wanted to say, I wanted to move to excuse Pro Tem Wilcoxon. I just wanted, because he's so good about doing it for everybody else. Support.
Move and supported. All in favor of excusing Mayor Pro Tem? We knew he wasn't going to be here. All right. Anybody opposed? Thank you very much for doing that, because I totally, with everything, forgot. Yes. Clark, we got to add you to the list of things.
I'm very sorry, but if I could just take 1 minute, because we won't have another meeting until after the election is over.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to remind everybody that there's an election on November 5th. That's kind of a big one. I don't know. Please come in and get your absentee ballots. You can get them now. I can mail one to you up until Friday, November 1st, but I wouldn't suggest that anybody wait that long. If you have an absentee ballot, please turn it in. You will have 9 days of early voting where you can go to the Freight House and put your ballot in the tabulator yourself. That starts on Saturday, October 26th, and it will go through Sunday, November 3rd from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then, of course, Election Day is November 5th from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. The polls will be open. Please go out and vote. It's our duty and our right and our responsibility.
Thank you. All right. Okay. We are at our second opportunity for audience participation. I will take hands. I also will I'm gonna have to step away for a second because I've been sitting here a very long time. So I'm gonna just hand it over. Mr. Sweet, you're right next to me. And I'll be right back. But who would like to address council? Please come. Okay, I'll wait until after. Good evening again.
Good evening. I'd like to say that I'm incredibly concerned about the appointments of Colleen Kennedy and Alexander Monroe and how they were done tonight. They are both people who have been quite vocal about the issues that we came to discuss this night. And their appointments were added to the agenda at the last minute when the organizing energy was focused around this other issue. So as I see it, you have added someone through appointment to the police commission and the downtown who support these proposals. So while you may have tabled these proposals tonight, you have put people in power and in influence who are going to continue to support these measures. You have undermined the will of the people who came to speak tonight through the appointment process. And I'm not sure if you really thought that was like an earnest effort, but from where I stand, it looks sneaky. It looks like you put something on the agenda at the last minute when people were distracted that will support an issue that they came to speak against. And then when everyone was gone, there it goes. So this seems incredibly sneaky to me. I would like to ask, has anyone here ever had a canine deployed against them? Show of hands, anyone had a canine used against them? I've had a canine used against me when I was naked, suffering a mental health crisis in the middle of a field. I've had a canine deployed against me while I was huddled behind a gurney in a hospital room. So when you talk about people who want to bring canines in, coming to do good and care for the community, I think of the times that I've been vulnerable, that I needed care-based safety, that I needed de-escalation, mental health services and support, and instead received violence. So I have no trust in this body whatsoever to make informed, caring decisions for the people of this city. I have no confidence in this body, no trust in this body. And I believe you will continue to let harm come to the most vulnerable among us, that you will demand respect for someone who has exploited some of the most vulnerable residents of this city, who illegally tried to evict me for 6 months. Fuck Stuart Field.
Thank you. While I don't typically engage in back and forth, I want to name that was not added. That was on the previous agenda and just was mistakenly left off. It was noticed. It was on the agenda prior, and it was added back because it was not on this document, but it was on the agenda. Other hands? Mr. Tucson and then Corin.
First, I want to congratulate Mr. Barr for the great service that he has rendered to the city. We have seen it all, Mr. Barr. We've been through it all. We've seen good things and we've seen bad things. Congratulations for the work that you've done. I've been coming to council meetings since 1986. And I have been involved in many protests. But I have never seen protests be any more disturbing than 3 that we have had in the city. We had one when we passed the non-discrimination ordinance. And we had one when we was fighting the Palestinian-Israel situation. Then we had another one tonight. I'm gonna tell y'all something. The way you start is the way you finish. If you put up with this kind of mess, you're gonna have to keep on enduring this kind of mess. What has to happen, you have to send a firm message that this kind of junk is not going to happen. People have the right to protest, yes, they do, but they don't have the right to disturb what's going on the inside of a meeting. They don't have the right to do that. It'll only take idiots to get out there and knock on windows and beat horns and beat drums and open doors where they can disturb meetings that's going on. I'm gonna tell you guys how you do this. Back in the day, what would happen when we had a meeting of this magnitude? We know it's gonna be a big crowd. We get another venue. And when the capacitor is filled in here, what would happen? We'd say, this is going to be, this.
Can you please not interrupt the speaker?
Did I interrupt you when you was talking?
Please continue and address.
All right. I'm on. Yeah. See. The way you lose these folks is have another venue. And when you see the capacity crowded, adjourn the meeting, say we're gonna meet at West Middle School. And I guarantee you, all these stragglers will not follow you because they only come for disturbing anyway. They're not concerned about what's happening over there on Washington Street. Man, 86, I've seen it all. Non-discrimination ordinance. Folks came from out of town, out of state to get that passed. What they doing? Connecting. The same thing happening with these kind of things. Oh, we need some support. They go to Wyandotte. They go
Thank
to
you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Corin, I saw your hand. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening again, Corn, Ipsy Township. I'm really disappointed. Mayor Brown, you said so much leading up into the discussion and during the discussion of that resolution that got tabled, and you did exactly the same thing that you guys have been doing for the past few months, which is in the face of a lot of folks who are speaking out against action that comes up as disingenuous, performative, and harmful. You voted yes again with McLean and Sweet instead of voting no with Council Member Simmons and Council Member King. And I'm so confused. So the person that you spoke out to appoint to the Human Relations Commission a couple weeks ago, the person who's the mother of Alex Monroe, who you personally said you approved for the Police Advisory Commission, she just through city staff added a video for the Human Relations Commission to watch on why equity is a toxic principle, and that video is being forwarded by an economist who right-wing conservatives are using because he's Black to forward propaganda, anti-equity propaganda. And the deputy clerk just allowed that video that's 16 minutes long to be put on the commission agenda for the commission that is tasked to eliminate discrimination in the city of Ypsilanti. Because of a decision that you, when Councilmember Simmons told you this was a problem to put her on there, you said you knew for a fact that she was the right choice. And you did it again today with Alex Monroe after Tucson, Councilmember Tucson heard him say we need more dogs and drones in the city. He heard him say that. You don't come to the HRC meeting, so you don't know the things that are going on. This other person behind me that you appointed to the commission said he didn't know the difference between equity and equality. And that's the reason why a video was put on to define equity and equality. And that's the same person you got in here when people are speaking out against racism on these commissions that are meant to be fighting discrimination and racism. He's sitting back here videotaping so he can report back. So what are you guys really doing? Like, what is going on? There is no way that we have this many people with identities from marginalized populations on a city government, and this is what's happening. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. So I urge you to think about these recent appointments and to take these folks off of these commissions and to put some folks from BIPOC communities who have lived experience on these commissions so that they can do the work, because the people you're putting in these positions aren't going to do it. The people you're choosing are not here to do the work for the folks that need the work done.
Kat.
Good evening again, council. So Kat Layton, Ward 3 resident, also chair of the Human Relations Commission. I'm honored to be serving that role. I was actually elected twice by my fellow commissioners for that role. And they made a bylaw amendment for me to be able to serve that role because they believed in me and they believed in the power of that commission. And during recess, Mayor Brown, you had asked me for assistance with public participants who are expressing frustration with feeling unheard and deprioritized. And I shared with you how HRC could assist with this, and that tabling this resolution for more feedback and dialogue with all people and not just business owners and property owners would be useful. And I had reached out to Councilmember McLean when I heard from Councilmember Tucson at YPAC that this was going to be 229, not 240, was going to be on last October 1st meeting agenda. And I was met with willingness to have a conversation, but not willingness to table that conversation, even though the vote was leading up in about 3 to 4 days. So after our conversation during recess today, excitedly, I went to Councilmember McLean with a fellow commissioner. And we approached you to ask you to have a discussion to move this forward and to table it for HRC as an advisory body who's supposed to dismantle oppressive systems and prejudice and discrimination. However, Councilmember McLean informed me in front of my fellow commissioner that he had a hard time believing the sincerity of this from me. Specifically, you said, Councilmember McLean, that you implied that I brought the whole mob here and unleashed them, which is disrespectful and inappropriate And according to the city charter, principles of respectability and fitness for public office, all public servants are expected to uphold integrity by being respectful and caring. And so not only was this a violation of respect and integrity by making that accusation towards me in front of my fellow commissioner, it's also undermining public confidence. Comments that accuse a fellow public servant of inciting a mob, not only with me, but also apparently another council member, Simmons, is not only can create the appearance of impropriety, but also it's failing to foster trust and collaborative working relationships. There's an issue with commitment to fairness. My role as the chair of the Human Relations Commission is to ensure that all voices in our community are heard fairly and respectfully. Questioning my dedication to this work based on the involvement of community members in democratic processes disregards my commitment to fairness and inclusivity. So again, I'm glad that y'all tabled it. Thank you so much for doing that. And I look forward to the subcommittee development. And again, please use your boards and committees and your commissions to help with this. That is the purpose of our roles. And we look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional hands, please come.
Hi, my name is
evening.
JP Myers. I'm also an HRC. I'd like to, first of all, second what Kat said about using our boards and commissions to help with the community outreach and community development and what people would want to see in the city. I'd also like to say that we can't just look at like what Councilwoman's Mayor Brown said earlier. We can't just look at one way of thinking and say that's the best way of thinking. You know, if you had only people who thought that the color blue was the best color, only people who thought only people who thought the color red was the best color, and they're always gonna fight. And you say, well, we're only gonna have blue people on the board, and we're gonna have red people on the board. Maybe those bad colors. Maybe let's go orange and green, right? Maybe the best color is purple, right? We can't just say that it's total false dichotomy that we say we can only use certain people for this people, only certain people for the other. Diversity, you know, right here we say pride, diversity, and heritage. Are we not supposed to be a diverse city? If we don't have representation from all people from all walks of life, is 100% of the time there's gonna be someone who says, "Hey, I'm not represented in this city, so why should I care?" If I someone who is homeless, who is unsheltered, and I look around and I see my city that is run by people who all live in nice, beautiful glass houses up in the hill, well, then what the heck is going on here? This is wrong. And the same thing, if I'm, live in a sort of nice, affluent area, and I look around and say, hey, these people who are unhoused, who aren't, who don't think the way I think, and they are running all the places that I want, that are in charge of me. Thank you. Those comments. What was I saying? Apologies. If I say that I live in an affluent neighborhood and the people in charge of me and my government are unhoused individuals, I'm gonna say, well, those aren't representing my ideas, my thoughts. So why should I care about this community? Why should I just move away? I think it's important that we always remember that diversity is one of our very core tenets as Ypsilanti. We have to represent that in all of our city council and all of our commissions and all the way we think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to address council? Is there anyone online? What time is it? Ooh.
I think we're back to Valerie.
Okay. Good evening.
Maybe Valerie's gone. I see. Valerie, it's your turn to speak. Unmute yourself. Okay. How about Asia Allen King?
Good evening. Or good night. I don't know.
I know. Maybe they've all left.
Right. Good morning.
See them.
It's late. Okay.
All right, I'll try again. Sherry? Maybe they left and had their hands up. We'll try Ray Smith?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I spoke earlier. I would like to just bring up a couple of items. That meeting, there was a ton of heckling. I mean, it was so hard to speak. Yeah, hearing the banging of the drum. It's actually a lot easier to speak now because I don't hear it. The threatening behavior was totally unacceptable. It's a situation where there's probably a lot of people that don't speak out because there's been violence used against people who are trying to have some sort of order in the community. To Simmons' point of anti-government sentiment, there's a lot of anti-government sentiment in this country because people are paying tax dollars and not seeing the work being done. I'm very saddened that it was tabled. I would have loved to see it voted on and passed, but it just seems like they're kicking the can down the road on a city that's struggling to keep residents and businesses inside of it. We got to come back to reality. This town is about to become a ghost town if we don't solve these problems. And if there is no taxpayers in the town, there will be no money for any of these items that these people want. We have a whole city block that is practically empty. We may have more commercial real estate in Ypsilanti City that is empty than is occupied. Like, how do you expect a city to survive when there is no one coming? Again, when I was a student at EMU in 2005, I'd come down to downtown Ypsi and I'd see tons of people everywhere. And now I see nothing. And I had an office in the hotel, and my staff literally would not come into the office because they were harassed so much that I had to move to my home office. The violence, the nonsense is getting too much, and everybody's talking about racism, and a lot of the people who are supporting the ordinance haven't talked about race. It seems the only racism that exists here is the racism of soft expectations. I was sitting behind the Supreme Felons gentleman, and I understood exactly what they were saying. I think there needs to be a support for some type of order in this community. And if there isn't, then so be it. But don't expect the people that pay the bills to stay here. Because what happened today just shows that you don't care about the businesses. You don't care about the people that are spending money here. And again, if you don't have people,
Your time is up. Thank you so much. Anybody else on there?
Let's try Anna Taylor McCants. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, I am. Good morning, council. Thank you so much for your work tonight and hanging in there until 1:30 in the morning and putting up with everything in order to get through and hear the comments of the community. That is greatly appreciated. I do also want to apologize, Mr. Tucson, for my outburst at you. I am sure you have been mischaracterized by someone before in your life, and it's very frustrating to hear that publicly. So I would love to continue this conversation offline, because I feel as though you misrepresented me and my words and the intent of the meeting that we had a couple of months ago. And I don't like that. So I'm going to call it out when those things happen. But that being said, there are business owners that I think are going to be very happy that this resolution was also tabled. I can think of one of them who sat in the back tonight, who owns a business right on Michigan Ave. There are two more on Michigan Ave and one on Washington Street that are great supporters of the work that we are doing to care for people in the community. And so the council, I just want you guys to know that you have my support and the support of many of us who are looking forward to solutions. And I'm really looking forward to Councilmember King's comments earlier about bringing in the county and the state and other local municipalities. I'm looking forward to supporting you guys in that work, because this is a conversation that needs to be brought to the wider community. And so however I can be a part of that, please reach out to me and let me know, because that's the only way, you know, forward right now, is to tap into the other resources, because this is bigger than this small resolution. So, but again, thank you for all of that hard work tonight, team, and you are appreciated.
Thank you. Is there someone else?
One more, Shannon.
Hello.
Oh, no. Shannon just disappeared.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, I'm Shannon, Ward 3. I just want to, I don't know if you can respond to this, but I just want to clarify, 240 can still come back at any time. It is tabled indefinitely, which I believe means that there's, rather than there being a date to come back to discuss it, that it can just be brought up at any meeting. So that's a question that I'm hoping you can answer. And then I also just want to urge you going forward to please listen and remember and really think about everything that has been said today. There are people that are very experienced and that work very closely with the problems that we have been discussing. And I think that it's important just to maybe try to learn from them. Please do the right thing and invest in care-based safety and harm reduction and housing rather than policing, because I know that this issue is far from over and that it will be brought back, which brings me to another question I have, is what happens with 228? Is that one tabled as well? I don't think it was brought up today. I think it was on the agenda. And then I just want to end with that even though I've only been here a short time, that I love Ypsi. Ypsi will never become a ghost town. It is a vibrant and beautiful city that I have quickly fallen in love with. And I was very saddened to hear that the city is trying to use policing to fix problems that are not solved by violence and incarceration and tactics that exasperate and escalate. And the police do escalate. Also, I would ask you to value, there's been a lot of business owners here talking, what about the businesses? What about the businesses? But I would ask you to please value people over businesses. Corporations are not people. And I think that's all I have to say. But we're going to be watching, because I'm sure these issues are not over. So, but if you could answer my questions, I'm done.
Thank you. I will answer those questions, 'cause I think folks more than likely also have them. Tabling them means it can be brought back. It's just not for a date certain, but per the discussion that we had, it looks like we are not attempting to bring that back as is. We want to do work together to bring back something that is impactful to everyone in the community. I think your other question was 228. That was removed. So that is not tabled. That was just not on the agenda. Were those just questions? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
No problem.
So there are still a couple of hands up, but they were people that, never responded.
All right.
We're okay.
Okay. Well, with that, 1:26, the meeting is adjourned. Sorry, I got a bathroom. Oh.